All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, councillors and all those who are present in the chamber this morning, and welcome to everyone who is tuning in online. I'd like to declare the meeting open at 9:34 a.m. And I'd like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. I would also like to pay respects to their elders past and present and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present today. I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors to your left and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. All members of the public present at the meeting must: A, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disturb the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed. And turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of the requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. Number 2 on the agenda is leave of absence, and I believe that Councillor Hughes is wishing to teleconference into the meeting. So I seek a mover and seconder to allow that to happen. So Councillor Colley, Councillor Boglari, thank you very much. Those in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. Oh, sorry, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, with Councillor Hughes out of the meeting. Thank you. The devotional segment. I'd like to invite Pastor Linda Grieve from C3 Church, Redland Bay, to lead council in a brief devotional segment.
Good morning all. Linda Grieve from C3 Church and the founder of the Cage Youth Foundation. My devotion for you today is it's all about attitude. As people of influence, a negative attitude can drag you down and might take your team and those around you with you. But my scripture today is in Psalms 34:11, I will bless the Lord at all times, his praise will be continually upon my mouth. I received this little story from a friend, and even though it's a little bit silly, as part of her cancer journey, it was very relevant to her. And as part of my devotional today, I wanted to share it with you. There was a woman who woke up one morning, looked in the mirror, and saw that she had 3 hairs on her head. Great, she said, I think I'll braid my hair today. So she did and had a wonderful day. The next day she woke up and looked in the mirror and saw that she only had 2 hairs on her head. I guess I'll just part my hair down the middle, she said, and she did, and she had a wonderful day. The next day she woke up, looked in the mirror, and saw that she had only 1 hair left on her head. Wow, she said, today I get to wear my hair in a ponytail. So she did, and she had a wonderful day. The next day she woke up, looked in the mirror, and saw that there wasn't a single hair on her head, and she said, thank God, I was running out of things to do with my hair. So attitude is everything. So let us be a people who are grateful for the things and days that God has given to us, press through the tough times, and of course choose to have a wonderful day. I would just like to pray. God, I thank you that each and every day is definitely a gift, and the way that we face it, Father, comes down to our choices, And we pray, Lord, today that our attitude would be one that would look for the positive in all things. And Lord, as we are a people of influence, that we would be that person that would lift each other up around about us and look at the positive in them all. We thank you, Father, that we can enjoy this day because we choose to have a wonderful day. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Well, that was a lovely message to start the day with. Condolences. Councillor, I'm not aware of any condolences today unless anyone has anything to raise from the floor. All right, we move to agenda item number 4, which is recognition of achievement. And I'd like to present some recognition of achievement today for our Redlands Coast Olympians and Paralympians. And today I'd like to acknowledge 6 Redlands Coast athletes who represented Australia with distinction at the 2024 Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games. They are Jake McKell of Birkdale, Paige Leonhard of Mount Cotton, Cassiel Rousseau of Ormiston, Reese Holder of Capalaba, Shannon Davey of Birkdale, and Ethan Ewing of North Stradbroke Hole and Minjerra Bar. These elite athletes gave us some thrilling moments at the Games and real insight into the determination and dedication required to compete at this level. Most were semi or quarter finalists and can be extremely proud of their results. Para swimmer Jake McKell came home with a silver medal in the men's 100-metre breaststroke, adding to the silver he won for the same event in the 2020 Tokyo Games. Jake put in an amazing effort in the final to get ahead of the world record holder in the last 20 metres, but was narrowly beaten by a Canadian swimmer. Fellow para swimmer Paige Leonhard narrowly missed out on a medal after finishing 4th in the women's 100-metre breaststroke final. Paige also placed 7th in the women's 100-metre butterfly and 8th in the women's 200-metre individual medley. This was Paige's 3rd Paralympic Games after Rio 2016 and Tokyo in 2020. Diver Cassiel Rousseau, who was competing in his 2nd Olympic Games, also narrowly missed out on a medal after finishing 4th in the men's 10-metre platform. He also placed 6th in the men's synchronised 10-metre platform. Reese Holder made an impressive Olympic debut in Paris in the men's 400 metres. The former Redlands Little Athlete member sprinted into the history books in his heat, clocking an impressive 44.53 seconds, the 2nd fastest 100-metre ever run by an Australian. He made the semi-finals where he placed 5th. Boxer Shannon Davey made his Olympic debut in the 71-kilogram preliminary round in Paris. Despite forcing his Belgian opponent into some strong defence, during the tight encounter, he went down in the final 2 rounds and the match. Surfer Ethan Ewing was also competing at his first Olympic Games, but off the coast of Tahiti instead of Paris. Ethan made it through 2 rounds and into the quarterfinals where he finished 5th. The achievements of all 6 of these athletes is another reminder of the level of excellence being reached by sporting clubs right across the Redlands Coast. Well done to all the coaches, supporters, and of course the families who have helped these athletes do us proud. It is exciting to imagine the long list of local athletes we will be supporting at the Brisbane 32 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and on behalf of Redland City Council and our whole community, I congratulate Jake, Paige, Cassiel, Reese, Shannon and Ethan for doing themselves, their local community and their country proud at the 2024 Paris and Paralympic Games. And we move now to agenda item number 5, which is receipt and confirmation of minutes. I believe there's a correction to the minutes. Councillor Colley, would you like to raise a correction to the minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that the minutes of the general meeting 21st of August 2024 be confirmed with a correction at item 15.1 where the words "and benefits" will be changed to read "benefits and" from resolution number 2024/170.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop? Just a second. Sorry? Yeah, excellent. Moved by Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, and myself.
Councillor Hughes. Carried unanimously. Thank you. So just to go through, we have Councillor Bulgari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Colley, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. All right, and now I have a mover and seconder of the minutes of the special meeting held on the 6th of September 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Talty. Sorry, are there any corrections to the minutes? Yeah. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Bulgari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself. Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Yes, in favour.
Carried unanimously. Okay, move to agenda item number 6. Councillors are reminded that their responsibilities in relation to a council's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed and declarable conflicts of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. Potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors at each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise any conflicts of interest? None raised. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 7, matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. The acting CEO will now give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. Thank you, acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning. There are 4 outstanding action items. The first one is 7.1, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. A report on this will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.2, the Redlands Coast Event Strategy 2024 to 2029 is listed on the agenda for today at 13.2. Item 7.3, Council's programs related to the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Act, response to notice of motion. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. And the final item, 7.4, relating to the expenses reimbursement provision of facilities for councillor policy. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 8, mayoral minute. There is no mayoral minute for today's meeting. Moving to agenda item number 9, public participation. And in accordance with section 6.10 of council meeting standing orders, a period of 15 minutes may be made available by resolution to permit members of the public to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. We have 4 residents who would like to speak today, so we'll need a motion to suspend standing orders, and because we have 4 residents speaking, to allow them 5 minutes each. Can I have a mover and seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for a 20-minute public participation segment to allow all members of the public to address council on matters of public interest related to local government? Sorry, I was looking down. Councillor Bishop, Councillor Bulgari. Those in favour? Councillors Bulgari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes.
Yes, in favour. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, you may have noticed the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name and suburb or organisation that they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's Administration Building and published on Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person addressing the meeting will state their name and suburb or organisation they wish to represent and the subject they wish to speak about. Stand unless unable to do so. Act and speak with decorum. Be respectful and courteous, and make no comments directed to any individual council employee, councillor, or member of the public, ensuring that all comments relate to council as a whole. As a chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making my decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so. Details of how to apply are on Council's website. Determine the maximum number of speakers based on the number of persons wanting to speak and the time available. Each speaker has a maximum of 5 minutes, depending on the number of speakers. And just to let everyone know, I will give an indication when we reach the 4-minute mark and ask you to finish up at 5. And finally, withdraw the approval to address council before that time period has elapsed if I see the need to do so. Debate or discussion cannot be entered into at this time. The first speaker we have this morning is Mr. Matthew Ross, resident of Mount Cotton, regarding Mount Cotton Community Park dam water quality. We have Mr. Robin Harris, resident of Macleay Island, representing Macleay Island Progress Association, regarding a unique opportunity to create and complete vital infrastructure on Macleay Island. Mrs. Janet Cannon, resident of Macleay Island, regarding a partnership proposal with council to improve facilities on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands. And Mr. Peter Rankin, resident of Coochiemudla Island, regarding council approval for the electric personal transport vehicles on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands. Can Mr. Matthew Ross please move forward to the lectern to address council? Please state your name and suburb or organisation you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Good morning. Thanks. My name is Matty Ross. I live in the community of Mount Cotton. Just bear with me, I do have some respiratory breathing issues at the moment. My concern today is in regards to the poor health and maintenance of the constructed wetlands in Mount Cotton Community Park. Myself and other community members have been addressing this issue with council since 2022, when we noticed the overgrowth of lily obstructing the flow of the stormwater way to go through the wetlands. The first water body which our houses back onto is so choked up with fast-growing plants, sediment and rubbish and debris getting caught up in, allowing for a toxic smell to enter our homes. Basically, the way it works is that the water goes through into the first wetland, flows across into the second wetland, which is below the IGA. That's quite pristine at the moment. The wetland out the back of our place is very chocked with overgrowth. It then goes down into the creek and then into the Logan River. Our body of water also flows down into the creek below the community park where all the kids play. So this water is actually being contaminated. In the past, every 10 years or so, aquatic harvest machine goes through and cleans out any of the overgrowth and allows that stormwater to freely flow through, just stopping any water going stagnant, and also allows for the aeration of the water. My brother's been an aquatic wetland specialist for over 25 years and has personally voiced his concern over the health and safety for my family and the neighbouring properties on the lake. After talking to a couple of other households on the lake, they are experiencing similar respiratory issues to what I have and my daughter. The growth of the lake gets that bad that in the summer months it's unbearable to live in close proximity of the stench. My bedroom's only 10 metres from this lake. My workplace is also within 20 metres, where I'm there every day. Myself, my 2 young children and my wife have to now spend every summer with our windows closed, and kind of try to avoid outdoor activities when the wind is blowing, inwards across the lake, when we get that northerly wind off the lake, which obviously makes Christmas quite unbearable to be around the pool. The winter months, it's quite pleasant, as you know, these stagnant waters rely on the heat to start getting festy. In February this year, I was involved in a meeting around the lake to discuss getting the harvest machine back to properly clear it out, as it's successfully been done in the past. Instead, a decision was made to spray chemicals, which unfortunately failed and backfired in our eyes. The dying matter, just the dying off matter, added to the stench and the growth. I personally got a quote for the harvest machine to go through, thinking it was massive. It was under 10K, so I was starting to figure out a way where I could personally fund that to get that happening. The recent heat spike in September resulted in the worst lake conditions we've seen. It's only the start of the season. I instantly contacted the community via the local pages just to let them know, just to keep their kids out from the lake. Kids fish in the lake. There was a really big film of yuckiness going on in there, and we noticed a lot of wildlife was starting to die on the edge in the water. So we were urging the community to stay away from the water. The community is now behind us on this, as you could probably tell by the amount of community complaints and photo evidence that was sent in. Recently, we were told that the department in charge was implementing a trial to balance out the water quality. After speaking to my brother and some other specialists, we realised this is quite a hefty cost and could be a waste of time due to the lack of maintenance up to this point.
Just letting you know you've got 1 minute left.
Cool. Unfortunately, since Monday, these biological blocks have been installed, and also the installers, when I spoke to them, they were concerned about the depth of the sediment and the rotten vegetation on the bottom of the water body, and clearly it's overdue for its clean out. Our specialists also said that yes, it is good to clean these things out and then use these biological blocks for future to keep the balance and the nutrients in the water. So I found out how much this would possibly cost, and it's quite high. I mean, I'm sure you guys have the figures as to how much our ratepayers are spending on this trial. The community agrees that this is that human health should be at high priority, and we are upset our ratepayer dollars are being wasted on trials. Hundreds and hundreds of cars go to this park on the weekend, so it's constantly on show, and we feel it's council's duty of care to keep this water body safe and should lead by example. My family and I can't do another summer with this condition of this lake blowing into our house, so we're wit's end at what we can do. We're even thinking of seeking alternative accommodation until it's sorted, or the winter months come. We've stalled media intervention for now till we finalise all of our evidence to back our story. But in conclusion, you can tell we're very concerned for the health, but we are passionate about getting this waterway cleaned out properly so we can get back to our lives, and happy to help wherever possible. I'd like to thank you guys for your time, and I look forward to entertaining you guys on the 8th of October at the Mayor and CEO Awards as a live entertainer. Thank you. That's my job. I'm a live entertainer, corporate events. So that's why I need my voice. Yeah. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Ross. Yeah, you can stay if you want to.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, could I please have Mr. Robin Harris move forward to the lectern to address council? Please state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris.
Good morning. Have I pressed the right button? Good. Thank you. My name is Robin Harris. I'm a resident of Macleay Island. I've been living in the Redlands 28 years now. I've been living on Macleay for 22. I'm representing the Macleay Progress Association here this morning, and also the Simby Chamber. Councillors will have received a recent email from me which enclosed a presentation that we made to the officers back last year, and that is a pretty comprehensive resume of some of the issues on our island in particular, and it's indicative of the things that go on the other islands as well. Our view and our vision for the future of the islands is, as succinctly as I can put it, Mullaney by the Bay. But, as Aldi puts it, better, good, or good, better. The community seeks a partnership with the council to undertake an application for funding to the federal government under the Urban Precincts and Partnerships scheme. There are two, well, first of all, the Precincts and Partnerships scheme would actually, if successful, provide the funding necessary under Stream 1 to do all the planning and permissions required to get a shovel-ready scheme together. The bowls, art and boat groups on Macleay Island have water frontage, a really, really good location, and at some point, and I'm not representing them here today, but we have supported their ideas, and we hope that they will make application for you for funding to develop this area as a precinct with a boardwalk and a public jetty. The public jetty would facilitate further water transport tourism together with small boat use. And the bay is an underutilised asset. We need far more destinations on the bay, and I think the state government pointed that out many years ago. There are insufficient destinations around the bay. Sealink, I believe, is really quite keen to provide transport for tourists around the bay and outside the bay, etc., because it could create a really interesting, tourism opportunity. So the art complex, etc., which is a new complex, is perhaps the first one of those that can be looked at as part of a strategic water plan. The idea that I'm particularly interested in is the problems of our business district, which sits above the jetty area. Why is it a problem? Well, in 1999, there were 128 commercial blocks in that area. There were 1,500 people on the islands around those times. Since then, Council decided to reduce that number of commercial blocks to just 49. And at the moment, we have something approaching 6,000 people on Macleay, and also we service Lamb and Carragara Islands.
Just letting you know you have 1 minute to go.
Pardon?
Just letting you know there's 1 minute left.
Thank you. 4 times the growth. There is inadequate retail space. Footpaths are inadequate. Vehicle and pedestrian circulation is very poor. The gradients up towards the business area are way above the disability, 1 in 14. Lighting is poor. Visual amenity is poor. The location and the creative talent of the islands really demands a central business district that is much, much better. So we would like to partner with Council under the UPPP scheme to get shovel-ready plans together, to apply for funding to get those plans in position, and then to be eligible to actually apply for further grant on stage 2 to get the work done at basically no cost to this council. Council gains by getting schemes underway in a relatively short time, one would hope, and basically at no cost to council. So I urge you to consider it carefully, and we hope for your support. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Can I please ask Mrs. Janet Cannon to move forward to the lectern to address Council? Please state your name, suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you, Mrs. Cannon.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors. My name is Janet Cannon. I live on Lamb Island, and I'm here today to ask Council to partnership with us in the UPPP grant, which is for $5 million to $50 million, in a building of a community and resilience precinct on Lamb Island. Originally, a few months ago, you would have all received a proposal for a 4-island grant for the regional and remote RRPPP grant that we did not qualify, but we thought we might have been able to slip in if there was money left over in the grant. That proposal was kiboshed by the grant people, saying, look, you know, they did have enough people to apply, and that because we didn't rate with the regional and remote area, we weren't eligible to apply. The urban grant now is out, and so that's what we would like to partner with you for. Unfortunately, the differences between the regional and the urban is such that we can't do a 4-island project anymore. We have to do individual projects because with information and some meetings that the Mayor has had with the grant facilitators, they will only look at single projects. So ours is for Lamb Island. At the moment, Lamb Island only had, or previously, Lamb Island only had one building for an evacuation centre, which is 100 years old. So that's our Pioneer Hall. It would house maybe 10 people at a push, and that's all. We had a rural fire brigade, which dealt with fire only, and after a very severe rain episode, we had residents who were stuck in their homes being flooded from rain with no assistance. From that, our Residents Association, of which I'm president, we decided that we need to do better as a community. So we got together. We now have the SES on Lamb Island. They're all in training, and we also have community champions, which are really highly sponsored by council. Thank you very much. And so we are looking towards doing this. We've been very fortunate in having Mike Tate assist us, help us, guide us in making our evacuation and resilience plans. We've had community meetings, we've had individual meetings, we've had the main groups on the island meet together to form these plans, and we're very happy with the way it's going. We now need a particular building that will be able to house us in the event of an emergency. Being on an island, the difficulty is that once the winds and the water erupt to a certain degree, ferries stop. So no matter how much you plan to do whatever in a disaster, that might all go out the window because you can't get home or you can't get off. The average age of our residents on Lamb Island is up in the late 60s, early 70s. So we do have a high proportion of disabled people. So we are looking at people that we will need to help. With the grant, the idea is to build a new building. We have a recreation hall. We have the rec club, which is about 50 plus years old. Our Pioneer Hall, which is 100 years old this year, and a Lyra building, which is coming up to the 50 years old as well. 2 are council buildings, so that asset for council is in need of continual upgrade and maintenance to keep going. A new building will give council a very good and modern asset for the next 50 years moving forward.
Just letting you know you have 1 minute left.
Yep. So we've been lucky enough to form a group. We did form a 4-island group to look at the big project. We now have a very good group on Lamb Island who have designed. The plans will go around to you for our proposed building. It was designed by Mr. Clemember, a long-term resident of Lamb Island and architect, with the brief that we need not just a big hall. We need multiple small areas where we can meet and have functions and things in one place, commercial kitchen to service the island and also to service during a time of disaster. So what we'd like from you is we request that you partner with us and we apply for this grant and hopefully get a building. We then hope that you will partner with other islands to help them develop their community precinct as well. We thank Council for the MOU that has been signed with the guidance and help of Mike Tate between our 3 buildings in the area to be able to have an evacuation precinct so it can house a few more of our people and be able to feed and water them in a time of disaster. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much for being able to present to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cannon. And that, Mr. Rankin, is Mr. Rankin present? You are. I didn't see you down the back. Could you please move forward to the lectern to address council? Please state your name and suburb or organisation that you represent and the subject you wish to speak about. Thank you, Mr Rankin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your time. My name is Peter Rankin. I'm from Coochie-Mudlow Island, and I'm talking about trying to get Council's in-principle approval for personal transport vehicles on the island. In 2014, Council actually wrote to the Transport Minister in support of personal transport vehicles, otherwise known as golf carts, on Kurragara. And so all I'm trying to do now is to get your approval for that again. So if we look at Coochie where it is now, our residents are older and poorer than Queensland average. Our vehicles are older, and because they're older, they leak more, they generate more pollution and all that sort of thing. And they're more expensive to maintain. They only travel at the maximum of 1 kilometre. With the emission controls on cars now, they don't actually operate until they've been running for 3 minutes to get to operating temperature. So effectively, all the people on Coochie that are driving cars are driving 1973 HQs, right? Even though they've got all the emission controls, they just don't work for the first 3 minutes. Now, also, we have no service station on the island, so all of our fuel has to be carried across in jerry cans. So for those members of our community that are more mature, that becomes a significant burden on them. Now, speed limit on the island is 40 kilometres an hour. It's only got 852 residents, and our longest street is 1 kilometre. Now, if in the future we can get golf carts, it's going to be less for our residents because our residents are poorer than average, and a golf cart registration is $250. They don't have to maintain them to the level of cars because you don't have power steering and gearboxes and everything else. There's an electric motor and a battery, and that's about it. So the maintenance cost is far lower. They will generate less pollution because for that first 3 minutes, they're just running off power. And the amount of power, even though it's coal-fired power for 70% of our power, that is far less energy use than a 2-tonne Land Cruiser. We've also got less tyre debris. So apparently a big issue with tyres is that they wear out. And when they wear out, they go onto the roads, and on our islands, they wash into the bay. So we're getting all these tiny little bits of tyre into the bay, and that has a huge effect on the wildlife apparently and the water. And also from Redland City Council point of view, your roads won't wear out as quickly. As Lance will know, we've got an issue with potholes near our barge because our cars wear them out. Because if you're driving a car that weighs 1.5 tonnes, that causes a lot more damage to the road than a 400 kilo golf cart. Our residents can also afford to have golf carts because they're a much cheaper option, and our parking down at the ferry and at the barge is an issue, and you can put in 2 golf carts where you can put in 1 car. Okay, so what I would like Redland City Council is to explicitly support, in principle, use of golf carts on Coochie-Mudlow Island if designated as a legal use zone by the Queensland Transport Department. So that's my pitch. And for the last thing, the Progress Association, President of Progress Association has made me promise that I would mention their community bus. We have a community bus on the island, which has had 50,000 passengers in the last 3 years. Tremendous thing for the island. However, we use 100 litres of fuel every week. Now, we've got a contractor who lives on the island, and he's kind enough to bring them over for free. But if he's away or if he's sick or something, we have to go over and personally pick up 20-litre jerrys and bring them over. If we can get this golf cart proposal through, that means we don't have to buy a $150,000 electric bus. We can buy a $30,000 electric bus because it's only got to do 40 kilometres an hour. Okay? Thank you so much for your time. And I've got a much bigger proposal. This is 1 page. I've got a much bigger proposal if you want more detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Rankin. That concludes our community speakers this morning. Thank you very much to each of you for your participation. Can I have a mover and a second to move that standing orders resume? Thank you, Councillor Talty. And thank you, Councillor Bishop. Put the motion. Those in favour. That's Councillor Bulgari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes online.
Thank you. Yes.
Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 10, petitions and presentations, and we have one petition for today's meeting. It's Councillor Rendell's, which relates to toilet and shelter and bike facilities on Carragara Island. Move her into second. Sorry. All right, thank you, Councillor Rendell's. Can you read out the details of the petition?
Yes, thank you. We, the residents of Carragara Island, would like new toilet facilities opposite the ferry terminal where the old toilet block is now, as well as a secure sheltered bike lock-up where residents can leave their bicycles and e-scooters without the fear of damage or theft. The old toilet block is sitting vacant, and we believe that it is in prime position near the ferry terminal where it can be easily accessible by all. Thank you for your consideration. This petition is of an operational nature and it be received and referred to the Chief Executive Officer for consideration. Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Rendell, seconded by Councillor Bishop. Put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golle, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes?
Yes.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. So I've not been advised of any presentations this morning. So we continue on, which is agenda item number 11, order of business. Councillor Talty, I believe you had a notice of motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a notice of motion in at 18.1. This was originally designed to be a two-part motion and on advice was trimmed down to separate the issues. They've now come back together, so the best way to manage this, I believe, is to withdraw the item at 18.1 as nominated and ask councillors to consider the whole motion as a late item. So I would like to withdraw item 18.1 and notify that I will be moving an item of a motion without notice for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Second to Councillor McKenzie. Yep. All those in favour? So Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golle, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Thank you. Yes.
Carried unanimously. Councillor McKenzie, you have another item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On advice from our legal team, I'd like to move item 15.2, the new lease for Connect 2 Group Incorporated, into confidential so that we can further discuss terms, condition and legal matters that cannot be done in the general meeting.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Rendells. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Guy, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes.
Thank you. That's carried unanimously. So, yeah. Sorry, agenda item number 12, reports from the Office of the CEO. Oh, sorry, there's a late. Sorry, we have a late item, which is a confidential late item proposal for purchase of strategic property be brought onto the agenda and discussed item number 20.4. Moved by Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golle, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried unanimously. Sorry, I'm off. So agenda item, just to repeat, agenda item number 12, which is reports to council from the Office of the CEO, but I understand there's... All right, we just had a technical issue for a few moments in relation to the live streaming. I understand that that's back up and working again, so we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned, I'll give today an overview of the August monthly financial reports, and just to note that the budget carryovers which were approved in last month's reports are now in the financial tables before us, and you can see that in the annual revised budget column. I'm really pleased to see that and to say that the August results continue to show the strong financial position of council, and we can see that furthermore when we look at section 1 and section 2, the executive summary and the KPIs part of the report. For our financial highlights, we have that improvement that has come through from the July reports, and I'm really pleased to say with our key performance indicators, we are meeting or exceeding all targets except for that asset sustainability ratio. That with other variances that we see in the reports are considered to be temporary timing variances. The asset sustainability ratio, as you may know, is really focused on that infrastructure renewal, and so to me that first 2 months it really just reflects the nature of capital works that we're delivering. Given the makeup of our annual capital works program, we're fully confident at this stage that we will be achieving that particular ratio as well. I do see if there's, so it's quite a general overview, and if there's any further questions.
No, not from me, but thank you very much. And also just noting that the QAO are still looking at the various matters and reconciling all of that. But thank you very much for that overview.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for the overview. Councillor Boglari.
Oh, just on page 8, please, to the officers through the chair. It talks about the expenditure being behind budget, and it's mainly due to higher than expected payments to suppliers. Is that, and yet I actually thought the material costings was decreasing. So is that labour, or is there any explanation on that at all at this stage? Or have we just excelled in our delivery and we've bought more?
Thank you, Councillor. I think this is one of those where we answer in those technical accounting terms, and it's got to do with how we treat expenditure in terms of accounting standards with accruals, and also recognising that our expenditure for materials and services may include non-cash costs, whereas the supplier payments that you can see really reflects cash going out of the door, you know, physical cash that we have spent, rather than what we've had to recognise as an expense accrual for the period. As you know, that given that there's different payment terms on invoices, it doesn't always exactly match when we recognise an expense as to where we actually are paying that cash back to suppliers.
And do we know why it's higher than what we expected?
I would have to seek further information on whether there's been particular invoices or a series of invoices that we've paid out in this particular month.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? No, all right. Then Councillor Bishop, did you have any comments in summing up?
Nothing further to add, but thank you for the overview and for the report.
Then I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Bulgari, Mitchell, Guy, Hewlett, Rendells, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes, in favour.
Thank you, carried unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Tolty. Thank you. So the next agenda item is 13.2, the Redlands Coast Event Strategy 2024 to 2029. Councillor Tolty moving that motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Tolty, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to note, and councillors are well aware of the strategy and all of the things that our teams do to improve local economic and social values through events. And I'd just like to commend the team on all the work that they do. We have an exceptional group of people that work right through this organisation on these events and on the strategy, and they do an exceptionally good job. So I'd like to take the opportunity to thank them for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any speakers against? Thank you. Then Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, just a comment and noting the tremendous work being done by the team and also that part of our events strategy and action plan going forward is also partnership and collaboration with our community and support for them as a consideration going forward as part of the strategy, I think is work that can be continued. I know there's good work going on, but as we seek to build extra capacity, I look forward to that being a continued priority and focus area, just so we can help manage expectations and make sure we've got succession planning and event capability within our community in support of Council's excellent work that's referred to in this document. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, great work from the team. It is an exciting approach going forward, and I'm very much looking to see how it rolls out across the next few years, particularly as we move into the Christmas phase and beyond. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd probably just, this is a really significant new strategy. I'm very excited to see it, and it really builds on the previous, the 27 to 22, which was focused on community. I just wondered, I'd like to, through you, provide maybe the service manager an opportunity just to talk it through. I'm really excited to see how we're sort of shifting gears and looking to attract more purposefully those tourism and perhaps develop signature events, and just to bring that to life a little bit more while not leaving those wonderful community events and all the toolkits that have now been established. We're not leaving them behind. We're actually building the house of events, and would just wonder if a short presentation bringing that to life a little bit more is possible. Well, I was through the mayor, I was thinking of you, Morgana. But
so group manager, perhaps the group manager, if you would be so kind.
Group manager,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you, Councillor, and all councillors to give us this short opportunity to talk to you briefly about the strategy. This strategy is a progression from the excellent work that the team has done over the past few years, which has delivered a much stronger baseline to support community events across Redland City Council. We have delivered over this time a focus on improving the capability and skills in our event sector. We are delivering annual training for our community event operators across the city already. We've developed a new events information portal, and all of these things have been delivered as a part of the existing strategy and thankfully are in place now, and we can continue that work going forward. With the new strategy, we are turning our attention to new and exciting events that we would like to see attracted to the region, and also a new signature tourism destination event, our Adventure Festival. And we are excited to be delivering this new festival that will bring together our tourism operators and event operators and really focus in on what we think people love to come and do in the Redlands, which is enjoy the outdoors and take part in excellent water-based activities, enjoy our beautiful natural parklands and forest areas, see our wildlife. So thank you very much, councillors, for your support today.
Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Boglari.
I'd just like to also add my thanks to the team. I've had a lot of compliments about you recently, about the team and the help from various community groups when I've been out and about, and that is a full credit to you when people actually take the time to walk up and mention that. And I think this strategy takes full advantage of the uniqueness of our location and the beauty and the assets that we've got. It puts more value on that environmental assets, but I think that's what makes our lifestyle and the uniqueness of Redlands, and I think your strategy is building on that, and economic development will flow from it. So, yeah, great job.
Indeed, thank you. Are there any speakers against? No, thank you. All right, Councillor Talty, would you like to sum up?
Oh, I think we've said it all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Bloglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes, in favour.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, that brings us to agenda item number 14, which is advocacy, major projects and economic development. I understand there are no reports this month. So moving to agenda item number 15, reports from community and customer services. It takes us to agenda item 15.1. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation, which is the new lease, of Lions Club of Redland City Incorporated? Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Bloglari. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor, I think it's all in the report. Happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Bloglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes, in favour.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, the next agenda item is 15.2. Sorry, we skipped that one. 15.3, which is the new lease of Guides Queensland. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Bishop. Sorry, Councillor Bloglari. Councillor Bishop seconding. Councillor Bloglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, once again, I think it's all in the report, but the Guides are a fantastic community asset for that patch of Wellington Point, and they also share that facility with many other groups, so it's a little bit of a community hub. It's very good.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Bloglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendells, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes again online.
Yes, in favour.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 15.4, which is the property strategy. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Seconded by Councillor Talty. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would. This is a really important document before us, and beyond the document, of course, the strategy and the community outcomes that it will lead to. You'll note in the report that this community has 7,600 parcels of land, covering over 5,400 hectares of land. In addition, there's 3,000 kilometres of designated road, half of which isn't formed. But all of those properties and all of that land require some form of management, and there is a cost and a benefit to the community from every single piece of land that is under council control. It's therefore of interest that there hasn't really been, there's been lots of great work done, but there hasn't been a all-encompassing whole of council, therefore whole of community strategy to work through each and every parcel of land to see if it's working the hardest it possibly can for our community, delivering all the quadruple bottom line benefits that we would expect. The world changes constantly, and a proper strategy allows the community, council and all of its parts to stay aware much more holistically of those moving parts and ensuring that the property portfolio is optimised and stays optimised over the years ahead. The community interest underpins all of this by aligning all of council's policies, strategies and plans, and the elected members, of course. There will be a number of touch points at which we're involved as elected members over the previous councils and future councils will also have oversight and insight into all the policies, plans and guidelines that inform this property strategy. So I'm really excited to see it come forward and for it to be public facing. Importantly, the development of the strategy also has a lot of ongoing refinement built in. If you look in the page 67 under the social aspects, that's noted. So it's not a set and forget, this policy, this strategy, if it's adopted, obviously will need to be reviewed over time. But it's great to see something like this brought forward. I think it's really going to help the decision makers and officers, and therefore the community, get the most out of the assets we have, and ensure that they're fit for purpose through the decades. The strategy is obviously in the report, and the optimisation, I forget the right term again, the optimisation plan is also in there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it come through. Noting the optimisation plan also will have to come back through council in the future. So there'll be a number of times we can look at this and refine it, but we haven't had a great overarching strategy. So let's move forward, and we'll work towards perfect. But gee, this is a very, very good start on developing a strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Are there any speakers against? No? Any questions? Councillor Bishop, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but also comments that I'd like to make, if I may. My first question, really, and I think the largest substantive issue that I'd like to, first of all, thank you to the officers. Briefly, my question in regard to the assessment process, particularly for divestment, before I make other comments, is what will be the process for council assessment and consideration of stakeholder and community values when it comes to consideration of either disposal or divestment through lease or sale of properties?
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. So the process is outlined through what we call the decision matrix within the strategy. So it's basically, there's a series of questions we would ask in regards to how a property may or may not be divested. And so probably just to take it back a step, we categorise property into kind of two parts. The vast majority of property sits within what we've called operational, so it's getting used for its purpose, so whether it's conservation land, whether it's a community hall or whatever it is, and that's where it stays. But at some point in time, it's likely to move through a process of, is it performing to what we want to perform based on our strategies and plans? So once it goes into that question mark stage, that's when we apply those decision rules. There's a series of questions which sit within the proposed guidelines which support the strategy around how that asset might be performing, that land asset might be performing. So there's a whole range of technical issues. It's strongly informed by council's community strategies and plans. So if we adopt a plan around wildlife corridors, for example, it will set out some of the principles which sit behind what land we might need for conservation purposes, and that helps inform that decision. So that's probably in a nutshell.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate that, and the significance for our community about those matters. The second one really relates, referred to on page 67 of the report under people. Current resourcing in the strategic property unit is aligned to strategic property planning and transactional delivery. Successful implementation of the strategy may require additional resources based on endorsed optimisation plan. Going to what Councillor Mitchell mentioned before, there will be further requirements and assessments necessary. I'd just like to understand a little more about the level of interrogation, particularly of our naturally wonderful reserve areas, in terms of identifying matters of various local, state and national significance on those parcels that will probably be of great significance to our community, but also our statutory requirements.
Yep. So the properties that council owns, so there's nominal kind of custodians within council. So if you want to refer to conservation land, for example, our environment unit essentially sets the strategic plan for those conservation areas. So they would review, I guess, the properties that sit within that estate to determine whether they're still fit for purpose or perhaps there's other purposes which could apply to that property. So it's largely driven by the various strategic service areas within council as to what properties may need to go into a potential pipeline to reconsider, what they may alternatively be used for. So that includes how the values of those properties. So when we talk about conservation, for example, it's across the breadth. So it's whether it's national, state or local environmental significance, all those factors would come into any assessment around that value.
Thank you. And overarchingly, in terms of this being the property whole of all the balance of council's properties, do you believe that there would be some value in aligning the ecological sustainability parameters, which are the purpose of the State Planning Act, and referencing that in the document with the administrative changes that are proposed going forward? Would that be of potential benefit?
So I'm pretty sure we state in the corporate plan alignment, so when the objectives that we've set in the strategy, we state that sustainable development is one of the elements of any assessment around that. So yes, so we would incorporate that in our reviews.
Thank you. I'll leave others to ask questions. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Thank you very much. Councillor Colley.
Question for Council Officer through you, Mayor. Is the intention for this plan to be made publicly available and accessible on the website?
Yes, so certainly the strategy is to be publicly available on the website, and so we say that's important. So when we get to the pipeline work, it's critical that there's awareness as to how some of those decisions would be made to perhaps recommend properties into the pipeline, so whether that's for acquisition, potential disposal, potential redevelopment. So it's important that those criteria are well understood, and so we say that's part of that accountability process that we're building into the strategy.
That's great, thank you.
Councillor Boglari.
Oh, through the chair, Graham, I just want to thank you. There's been a bit of toing and froing since the workshop the other day when some concerns were mentioned. But, in your email, you're saying we'll align with community expectations, future community outcomes, including environment, social and economic. And I just want to thank you for reassuring us with that going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Very briefly, Mayor. Thanks all the councillors for the questions and for the officers for such a clear explanation. And probably just pointing back to the strategy and embedded in it in the strategic property objectives are the 7 themes of our corporate plan and within that the vision of this council. So the strategic property strategy over time will help us to ensure that the property portfolio is looking at our naturally wonderful lifestyle, but also connecting our communities, but also embracing opportunities. Amongst the themes of our corporate plan, we know there's thriving economy as well as strong communities, our livable neighbourhoods, and of course our natural environment. So it's all out on show for our community, and it's I'm looking forward to seeing this evolve over time, but I think it's a really sterling effort. And again, to note, we're one of the first councils in in Queensland to bring this forward. So that's a source of some pride as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. I put the motion. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Thank you. That's Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Tolte, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes again online.
Thank you. Support.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. We now move to agenda item number 15.5, which was a late report, which is the state facilitated development proposal at 144 to 150 Broadwater Terrace, Redland Bay. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Tolte. Seconded by Councillor Gollay. Councillor Tolte, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just having to open it because it's in a separate page of Diligent. I'd just like to note that, and this is primarily noting for residents, I guess, there is a new process under the state which is expected to drive their concerns in regard to affordable housing and housing provision, which takes planning completely out of council's hands and puts it with the departments at state government level. And it is up to the developers to decide if they will go through the normal process or if they will apply to ask the state to take on the role of assessment manager wholly and solely for their particular development. And there's an example given here of 144 to 150 Broadwater Terrace. And I'm aware that the local area councillor has already had some residents asking questions about this development, but under this process, council will not be the assessment manager. So that does raise some concerns for us in regard to our duty to represent the concerns of the local community and the very significant process that we go through to develop a local city plan in order to provide amenity and represent the concerns of those communities. So this is really just provided as an information and noting. I'll just go to the recommendation, which is to authorise the group manager to respond to the notice of the proposed declaration of this particular development to sit under a state facilitated development pathway, and to authorise the group manager sitting planning and assessment to write to the Minister of Housing, Local Government and Planning and Public Works to outline council's concerns with the state facilitated development pathway and recommend changes as outlined in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. Any speakers against? Questions? Yeah, sure. Councillor Boglari?
I was just wondering, I did notice a planner come into the room. Given the complexity of this, and as Councillor Tolte pointed out, the state government's overriding the city plan, I was wondering if, through you, if the officer would mind presenting a little bit on it and just explain some of those points. It'd be good clarity for the community.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Boglari. So the state facilitated development pathway, it is a new pathway. So generally applications for development would come through council or be lodged with council for assessment and be assessed against the city plan. They could be impact accessible, and in that case they would also be put on public consultation. So this new state facilitated development process is a way it, I suppose, bypasses that assessment process through the local government. So a developer can apply to the state to progress a development application through this alternative assessment pathway. Council is given 15 business days, acknowledgement to actually respond to the proposed declaration. So that's council's only involvement in the SFD process is this 15 days during the proposed declaration. If the state then go and make a determination to declare the application an SFD application, then it will be assessed by the state government. So the legislation that they're working with does not require them to come back to council for further advice. It does not require them to comply with a local government planning scheme. It is appears to be what is a very high level assessment against the state interests and potentially the strategic framework of the city plan. So our concerns with the process is that any type of, so this can be a new development application, it can be a change to an application, it can be an application that's sitting with the Planning and Environment Court as long as it hasn't been decided. So one of the key features is it has to include 15% affordable housing component, predominantly residential and in a zone supporting residential development. So we've raised a number of concerns in the report. Primarily is the lack of local government involvement into the assessment process, the lack of required alignment with the planning scheme. Fast-tracking assessment could potentially lead to future delays when these applications would be for material change of use or reconfiguration of a lot. So it's those subsequent applications, operational works and compliance, not compliance assessment, conditioned works assessment, where if there are issues that are unresolved at those earlier stages, they will become a problem at some stage, and that's likely to be in those subsequent approvals. I suppose, the 15%, only requiring 15% of housing to be affordable for a development to completely bypass the planning scheme. So that's some of the concerns that we've raised in the report, and also that erosion of local government and erosion of the local planning scheme as well.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, that was Janice Johnson, Principal Strategic Planner speaking. Thank you very much for your advice. And I believe we have a number of questions. Just bear with me while I think I have these in order. Councillor Rendels, were you next?
Thank you. This is a question for clarification from the council officers that I understand the timeframe. You've advised on the timeframe for feedback from council, and as a local council representative, I first received information of this from residents who received it via letterbox drop. Putting the pieces together seems to be around about the same time that council was advised. Of more interest is that the residents concerned contacted their local member, who indicated that they had no knowledge at all of this proposal. They also contacted the minister, who said that they had no knowledge at all of this proposal. So it would appear, and this is the area for clarification, it would appear that not only is it shifting the planning to the state, but it is actually precluding any local consultation or feedback at all, whether it is via council and the elected representatives of council and council processes around planning applications, or whether it's via the local state member. That I was very, very surprised that state government departments are not notifying local members when there are developments of significant impact to the local community occurring in their area. It is usually the case in other agencies. Do you have any clarification on this?
Who? David Jeans, yes, right, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So Councillor, thank you for the question. We can't really comment on state government processes in terms of how they notify local members. That's really a question for state government. In terms of local community input, really this is the time to do that. So the state have advised council there's a proposed declaration. This is our opportunity to provide feedback on that proposed declaration. That's the purpose of the report. So this really will be the only opportunity formally for council to make its views known on the proposal, and that would have community input in terms of the concerns with this particular proposal at Broadwater Terrace. But that's the only formal time that we have an opportunity to comment.
If I may, in the report talks about 75 accommodation units, it talks about on-site parking, and it talks about amenities. It's 1.5 lines. The block itself is not a particularly large block of land. Have I missed something? Was there any more information provided in terms of the size of those residential units, in terms of the height of the building, in terms of shadowing, in terms of access and egress points, in terms of how it's going to fit in with respect to scale and streetscape? Was there anything that the community could actually hang a comment on?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Rendell's note, That's all the information that we have. Bearing in mind that at this stage it is only consideration of the Minister declaring this as a state facilitated development. There will be a future stage where the state will assess more detailed plans, but they are not available for council to consider and not available for the community to consider. So at this point in time, it really is those three line items. That's all the information that's available to us.
I'm new to this whole role. The last state facilitated development not for accommodation that I'm cognizant of was the Redland Bay Satellite Hospital, that they lead the development of that. Is this a similar process? Because we have had issues in respect to perhaps oversights of planning that occurred there that wouldn't generally take place if council was involved. For example, the provision of a bus stop, the location of the entrance driveway where one would normally put a bus stop, and the cost and that are incurring to council.
So, Councillor, you're absolutely correct. So the report notes that we had some concerns with the satellite hospital and the particular conditioning of what we would call frontage works or pathways, bus stops and the like. That is a slightly different process. That's a ministerial infrastructure designation, which is for community infrastructure. This process, the state facilitated development, is more about housing, but similar in terms of they are both pathways that go through state government with local government opportunity to comment. The main difference is we just don't, at this point in the process, have any detailed plans to assess, and that's one of the concerns that we're raising through this process.
Excuse me. So for example, 75 units, we don't know the size, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, studios, 3 bedrooms. Car parking, we don't know the number of car parking. If this proceeds as a state facilitated development, do we have any control in respect to the provision of parking for those accommodation units, or can we end up with a situation like Wellington Street and the hospital with cars parked all the way down Broadwater Terrace because there's inadequate parking provided for residents?
So Councillor, the report before you notes that this will be a state assessment process. We have recommended that council makes representations to consider, for example, car parking that should be in accordance with council's policy, which is council's city plan. So the recommendation that we have put to you is that council authorises the group manager to make representations on exactly that basis, that they should, the state, in assessing the proposal, consider the local government planning scheme, including parking standards, including height, including amenity and the like. So that's the recommendation that we've put to you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the work that you're doing here, but just picking up that key word is that under this planning and approval process, we could make recommendations, but it is not our position to approve as we would in any other development that goes through council.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next in line was Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, and I would like to express extreme concern about the potential implication for our community on this matter. And in order to express not only the Executive Officer's view and support their recommendation, I would like to ask, if I may, to you, Mayor, as Chair of this meeting, subject to the will of Council, whether a supplementary and additional action may be to draft a letter from yourself to the Planning Minister and also to the potentially the shadow ministers and relevant relevant elected representatives in the city, just expressing our views on this, because the potential for concerns are significant. It's a question I'd like you to consider, subject to the discussion and the will of the majority of this chamber. But I think it's important that we send a message, and the timing seems to be now. I don't think we seem to have another chance in regard to this. So what goes in that letter, we'll probably need guidance from officers, but I'd just like to ask that question of you, subject to councillors' view on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Moving forward, Councillor Tolty, I think you were next.
Thank you. I just had a question, if I can, Mayor, in regard to timeframes. The planning officer noted that when one of these applications is notified to council, council has 15 days to respond to the consideration of whether the state will allow it to become a state facilitated development or not. Theoretically, that means, from what I understand, that we could be notified tomorrow of another development that we're not aware of, and we will not have another general meeting in that 15-day period. So I'd just like to ask if we already have, or if we need to put in place a delegation to allow the CEO or the group manager to respond to these declarations. I imagine that most of the concerns will be universal across the applications, because the fact that our planning scheme does not need to be considered in any priority is going to be fairly important in every one of them. And also, with regard to this specific one, the parking concerns for the local community are the major concern, because this particular development site is the old hotel site, which is right in the middle of Redland Bay Village. And if we do end up with a undersupply of car parking, and the state does tend with affordable housing to suggest that people don't need cars, and we have almost no public transport in this area, we will end up with a parking issue with regard to people parking in the shopping centre over the road, rather than being able to park where they should park in their own residential tenancy spaces. So could I just get some indication of whether we need a delegation or another motion in regard to that, please?
Just give me a second. Oh, the CEO already has that delegation, I'm advised.
So this particular report's brought for information purposes, but were it to come up between meetings, we would more or less respond as is noted in the report?
So just bear with me while I get some advice.
That's what I've just asked.
All right, while we're just getting advice, we're just going to, are you happy if we adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes? We'll take a comfort stop and then we'll come back and we should have the advice. Is everyone all right with that?
Certainly, Mayor.
Right. Yep. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Colley. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendels, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes online. We're just proposing to take a 5-minute break.
Can I have advice on that? Thank you. That I stay online?
Yeah, that's fine.
Support.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you everyone for returning. We are now back online. I need a vote to resume. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Tolty. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendels, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes online?
Yes.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right, we come back into the discussion around 15.5 and we've had some further advice in relation to the discussion before we took the break. I understand we have officers' recommendation in relation to the report on 2 matters listed. There was discussion around adding a third point, but I believe with the discussion that we've had, that we can continue with the report as is. However, Councillor Bishop, you wanted to raise a point.
Yes, I understand that this is an officer recommendation, and so my request to you, subject to the will of council majority, was whether you would write a letter of advocacy to the Minister and the Shadow Minister. And so that question, I think, still stands, but it doesn't necessarily, from what we understand, require an amendment to the officer's recommendation, but still subject to the council's will, whether you would write a letter of...
Yes, so I'm happy to say that I am happy to write to the Minister and Shadow Minister on behalf of Council to articulate our concerns.
Thank you.
All right, so resuming in relation to questions, Councillor Mackenzie, you were next.
Thank you. Just through you, Mayor, to officers, I note in the report that there's a reference to another act on what is deemed affordable housing, but not having to go into that act. Can you just clarify how affordable housing is defined? Because housing in the Redlands is quite expensive, so yeah.
Through you, Mayor. So there has been a recent change to the planning regulation relating to affordable housing. So previously, the definition of affordable housing was based on a certain percentage of income, and that was in the planning regulation. So that provision has been removed by the state through the same legislation that introduced the state facilitated development process. So the new definition is called affordable housing component, and it lists a number of criteria, and you only have to meet one. So one of those, and I don't have the wording in front of me, I'm afraid, but one of them talks about like the final finish and the like being so the finish of the actual building being one of the ways it can be made more affordable. So it takes away that link to how much of someone's income is affordable and makes it more about what how the building's been designed and constructed.
Through you, Mayor, I have a supplementary question to that. So there's no defined affordable as in, for example, 20% below market value?
Not under the new affordable housing component.
Thank you.
Councillor Mitchell, I believe you were next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through to you, Officer. First question is, the matter before us is really ensuring that council, therefore community input on this particular application is considered by the state. So, yeah, yes.
So through you, Mayor. So there's two parts to the report. One is about that state facilitated development process generally, and the other is the Redland Bay making a submission to the state on the Redland Bay proposal.
Thank you. So follow on is my concern is more around the state legislation, and they have no problem with housing, affordable housing, but within their legislation it talks about they may have to assess against their own interests. And the state's got some really progressive and interesting policies around livable neighbourhoods, access to health and other matters. So if the state was obliged in the legislation to assess against their own interests more holistically, I'd be much more comfortable. Is that a separate process that this council would need to go through? Maybe it's a political one, 3LGAQ. Otherwise, we're just going to be fighting building by building, street by street again. Whereas if the Act is the problem, how might we influence the Act to say you might not just may consider your own interests, but you will consider your own interests, and how we might go about that? So, long question, but yeah.
Through you, Mayor. So you are correct. So the legislation at the moment just says that the state facilitated developments may be assessed, so importantly not must be assessed, against state interest, local planning instruments, and any other information, advice or other matters considered relevant. So I suppose importantly, City Plan generally does reflect the state interests of the SPP, but over the last 2 years, the new SEQ regional plan, there's provisions that aren't reflected currently in city plan, and we will be undertaking a city plan review, which will look to actually incorporate the SEQ regional plan into it. So that process has started. In terms of this application, it is at the state's discretion, and that's why in one of the I suppose the state legislation wouldn't go down into those built form provisions, parking rates, things like that. So to actually assess against those type of items, that's where city plan has to come into it. And that's why in our response we've said we want the state to change the legislation to ensure that there's an assessment against the local government planning scheme.
Thank you. And just one point of clarity, I was just noticing on the last page, talks about, to page 15, I think, talks that the planning regulation 27 will take place in late January 2024. Well, that's gone, so is that meant to be 2025? As it then talks about the local government. Sorry, I might be wrong here, but
Through you, Mayor, I think that might be one of the attachments 1 or 2, which is our previous submissions on the changing legislation, maybe.
A second, yeah, yeah, absolutely right. Yep, my problem there. So thank you for picking that up. Okay, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Golley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to officers, I have 2 questions. One will be the clarity around that affordable living aspect. Would it be true then to surmise that based on how developments or building products are actually presented to the public at the market, where you can actually say, well, we'll give you an extra $20,000 worth of the latest goods and fixtures if you sign for this particular contract. Are we talking about that they're going to actually make it affordable based on using the lowest possible package to the end user, using the lowest and cheapest products and fixtures in the property to essentially make it affordable, but which could have future potential impacts and costs to the end user?
Through you, Mayor, I suppose it is a concern that we've raised previously with the state, just not tying that affordable housing definition back to the income. That's the concern, the more of the concern for me, that what products they choose, potentially that was done previously anyway to make the development affordable, but it's just that the new definition doesn't necessarily link to making the housing affordable to a certain group of people. So we're worried more that affordable might be, you know, we put in a cheaper kitchen, so this is now considered affordable and meets the definition. It's whether or not it really is affordable to the wider community, or just it's a bit cheaper than they could have made the development.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose my second question relates around to public consultation with this pathway. And to put it into context, given the fact that we don't have parliamentary privilege, will councillors still have the capacity to speak to residents, write to residents, talk to residents about these proposals as they arise? And I use the context around, and as a matter of truth, it was published yesterday by the state member for Capalaba, that the fact that some of us had worked with officers to produce a letter to go out to residents to inform them of another proposal that could be coming was seen as a waste of ratepayers' money, and it was disgraceful. I would think that we still need to have that capacity to have some type of public consultation, and as councillors have that freedom to communicate with residents.
Councillor
Do
Golley.
we still have that?
Councillor Golley, I'll direct that question to the Acting General Manager. That would probably be more appropriate.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Golley. So there is nothing that would stop you from raising awareness of state proposals. This is out for public comment through council. So certainly you could raise awareness in your community, and I suspect your community would expect you to do that, to raise that awareness. So from my perspective, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I believe that concludes all of the questions. Councillor Tolty, would you like to sum up?
Only to say that these the further erosion of council's ability to intercede in development proposals of significance is of concern to the community and to council as a whole, and this is another step in that process. It's difficult for the community to understand when they see a development proposal and we say we are not the assessment officers and we can't help with that. So thank you to the officers for bringing this, and it's in the report in so much as we have very limited information. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to the officers. Thank you to the Principal Strategic Planner for the responses. I'd now put the motion. Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendells, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes, support.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. I now have the 16.1 indoor sports facilities planning. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? I believe, Councillor Golley, you put your hand up first. And seconded by Councillor Boglari. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Colley?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. For some time, there have been calls from the Redlands Coast community for an indoor sports facility of our own, so I'm proud to move this motion today. The motion will see Council formally begin the process of planning works in relation to the feasibility of indoor sports facilities for our city, and follows my commitment to pursue this important issue on behalf of residents, as well as the commitment of my colleagues, the Mayor and all the other councillors. We're certainly cognisant of the need and the demand from the community. We've listened to the community and we've prioritised this. There have been circumstances beyond our control which have affected the sequenced delivery of anticipated renewal projects for sporting facilities across the city, including those that cater for indoor sports. The Redlands Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Precinct has been recognised as an important piece of the puzzle for delivering additional sporting facilities, but ongoing delays due to the EPBC Act process when we have been left in a holding pattern. It's fair to say these delays have set us back more than a couple of years, but the expectation and demand of our community has not gone away. We have heard about the challenges faced by important community organisations like Red City Raw Basketball and Redlands Pickleball, whose growth and ability to cater for the needs of their members is inhibited by their lack of court space. As much as we would love to click our fingers and see an indoor sports facility appear, it's important to measure the expectations of the community by acknowledging that the process from planning to completion can typically take up to 5 or 6 years, as demonstrated in the report. It's also likely to require partnership with other levels of government to fund the construction of the facility, noting that a 9-court indoor sports centre for Logan comes with a price tag well in excess of $100 million. To mitigate the impact of that time frame and to try and provide a more immediate solution to our community groups, this motion also sees officers consider strategies and opportunities to meet demand in the short term. A future indoor sports centre won't just cater for physical activity, but will also provide a flexible space which can be used for events, exhibitions or trade shows. I'm sure it will become a true community hub which will be embraced and used by many residents with varied interests. I'd like to thank officers and my colleagues for advocating for this important facility for our city. And I appreciate the hard work that will continue to be done to deliver this asset for Redland City residents.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Hughes, you have your hand up.
Yes, please. Yes. Let me take my hand down first. Can you please advise that I'm coming through clearly?
Yes, you are.
Oh, great. I may need some support from yourself or my colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Colley, for your speaking so passionately for this report, and officer's recommendation is my understanding you're supporting the officer's recommendation, and agree that we all are keen to see an indoor sports facility in our city. And for personally, we've been banging on about this for more years than I can remember, at least 20. My concerns, and in speaking against, is that going to the officer's recommendation, point 2 talks about funding requirements, and point 4 to bring a report back to council. So I'd like to speak first against point 2 with the funding requirements, and going back one page to the financials in the report. The report's asking in the financials, or noting, for $150,000 to commence planning. And then in the next section, people, that in addition to the sport and recreation planner, an additional sport and recreational planner will be required. So I'm understanding from this report that the officers are asking to put on a new member of staff for a planner to go forward with this. But when we go backwards in the report to page 89, and the heading at the top of the page says Redland Coast Regional Sport and Recreational Precinct, paragraph 3, future planning for an indoor sports facility was to be investigated as part of the options for the Heinemann Road. At that point, it's my understanding and recollection, so need to be corrected, that we did not seek to employ someone for that. And then the next paragraph down, it says preliminary analysis. So there is already, and we know going backwards, that we've been talking about and looking at this in preliminary analysis. So now we've got a report that's asking for $150,000 for a recreational planner. So I'm a bit uncomfortable with that. That's point 2, seek some clarity on that. And point 4, to bring a report to council. We've talked about this before. I think it should be a confidential report, because the minute our officers say something out in the public, or ourselves, we're constantly talking about this. We say a site that we're looking at, prices go up, prices go down. It affects the financial viability of council being able to purchase additional land. So I feel that it could or should be a confidential report if there's financials in it. So I hope I came across clearly, and my colleagues, anyone there may be able to pick up on those points for me, please.
Yes, you came through loud and clear. Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And can I ask the General Manager of Infrastructure and Operations, Dr Davis, to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Councillor Hughes, and I apologise if the report was a bit unclear. We actually have funding for a sports planner, and we are just about to appoint someone, so we're not actually asking for an additional role. The additional role that you referred to was if we go ahead as a project. So if we bring a report back to council that says this site and this is the facility that needs to be built, we would need to put on a project officer role, much like any project that we actually do to deliver that role. The $150,000 budget request, this is above what we are currently funded for in this financial year. Due to we've been listening to the community and we've been listening to the councillors, but this was not part of our BAU budget deliberations. So the $150,000 is to actually allow us to do a sports facility investigation and indoor sports facility action plan. That is what the additional funding is, just to do those. The sports facility action plan may come back and talk about those air halls. It may go, the facility action plan is go and investigate these sites. You are right, if we start talking about purchasing land, we will bring it back in confidential, but I think the report tried to clearly say that our preference is to use already owned council properties, such as Pinklands, such as, the showgrounds.
Thank you, Dr. Davis. Councillor Hughes, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, and no. So can I go back to point 2 of the officer's recommendation, funding requirements? So what does that, can you drill down, thank you, Dr. Davis, on what this officer's recommendation and funding requirements could mean? If I'm voting to support this, what am I voting to support, please?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. The funding requirements is just to fund the $150,000 to allow the works to progress.
Councillor Hughes, did you hear that?
So the yes, I did. So it goes back to the financials, the $150,000 to commence planning.
Correct.
So it's not to employ someone.
No, it is not. We already have budget and funding to employ a sports planner, and we are about to. We've been in the market since January to appoint that role. That is part of the BAU funding. If the sports facility action plan comes up with a preferred option, a preferred site, and a proposal to invest any additional capital money, we will bring that back to Council for approval and deliberation as part of the capital program and the funding going forward. So let me reassure you, the funding requirements is specifically for consultancy money to actually start this planning process.
But we're actually just employing a recreational planner. I just feel that we're employing a recreational planner, but then there's another 150. So it's almost, I don't want to say double dip, but we're employing someone and then we're going to employ or may need consultants another 150. So it just doesn't seem right, Dr. Davis, that we're employing a recreational planner, but then we may require more funding.
The recreational planner
Sorry,
has
can you just go back? Yep, go on.
Through you, Mayor. The recreational planner has a broader role looking at all of the recreational facilities for all of our clubs, from tennis to pickleball to rugby league. It will cover the whole of the city and is a specific role to look after all of the requirements for city sports and recreation. This specific $150,000 is to do a planning consultancy report to specifically look at indoor sports facilities. It is a separate issue than what the sports planning role would do. In addition, we are trying to fast track it so that we can get ready for any potential funding from the state government.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Speakers for? All right, if we can do the questions after speakers. Councillor Boglari, you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you. I'm delighted to see this come here today. It's been over a decade that we have heard from our clubs and various groups about the need for such a community facility for indoor sport. I think there's a huge risk to Redlands if we don't go ahead with planning and hopefully find the funding, because we are hindering our clubs from expanding. We're hindering youth and sports people of all ages from participating in sport, which therefore, we all know the benefits of sport with mental health and physical activity. As I said, it's been discussed for many years and it was not included in our corporate plan, which was always a disappointment. But with this motion, it will give that direction to the council from councillors that it is actually a priority. So I would really encourage everybody to endorse this today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boglari. Speakers against? Councillor Tolte?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to, and my concerns are not in relation to the motion, and I will be supporting the motion because the points in the motion, to my mind, are the things that we need to do. I do have some concerns with the report and the, I guess, expectations that the report may set up in relation to the points in the recommendation. So similar but differently to Councillor Hughes, and having been here through all of the negotiations and discussions that led up to the development and endorsement of the Heinemann Road plans and the reorganisation of the Pinklands and showground facilities and so on, the report says future planning for an indoor sports facility was to be investigated as part of the options for Heinemann Road, looking at the optimisation and transformation of sites within the city. That, to my mind, indicates that that was to happen and didn't happen, but it did happen. And the requirement for EPBC approval and ultimately the delay of the completion of Heinemann Road and the subsequent delay of the relocation of touch football and rugby league to Heinemann Road has postponed these investigations. Now, that, to my mind, is not a complete recollection of the process, and the use of the Heinemann Road site for indoor sporting facilities was considered prior to the adoption of the plan, and the uses that were proposed in the plan that went out to public consultation were the uses that were considered the primary concern and primary uses for the overall Tetris of sporting facilities to be moved around across the city. So this report seems to indicate that we are going to go back and consider putting indoor sports facilities at Heinemann Road, and to my mind we are not doing that. The next paragraph says preliminary analysis has identified that the Cleveland Showgrounds or Pinkland Sport Complex sites are potentially suitable to accommodate indoor sports facilities due to the land size, council ownership, optimisation, enhancement. Those investigations were done in the first phase of consideration, and to my mind, those sites have been ruled out for indoor sports facilities. In fact, council went further and authorised officers to go and negotiate purchase of land, which was authorised last year and has not progressed, which then might be assessed for that use. And we have other sites that we wish to assess for that use. So whilst I will support this moving forward, I have very significant concerns about flagging to the community that Cleveland Showgrounds or Pinklands or Heinemann Road will be a preferred site for an indoor sports facility. That has been ruled out in all of the work done so far. So whilst I'm happy to support officers going forward and looking for a place to expand those facilities, I would like it to be recorded very clearly that we are not asking for them to go back and reassess those 3 sites for indoor sporting facilities. Can I have some response on that, please, Mayor?
Thank you. Dr Davis, are you happy to respond?
I am happy. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Tolte, for your questions. I can categorically state that Heinemann Road is not up for negotiations for an indoor sport. We've got the clubs that are going, we've got the resolutions, and that's not on the table. My recollection is that we haven't actually ruled out those other sites of Pinklands or the Showgrounds. I think there was some discussions about other sites, but I don't think the planning work has not actually been done. traffic reports, all of those other things that need to happen to find the best site to actually rule out those other sites. I can say that Heinemann Road, and I haven't had a recent update, and I'm happy to take that offline, about the other Heinemann Road property. I'm not sure where that has stalled or where it is at with the purchase, because I agree with there was a resolution at some point in time. But the sports ground and the Pinklands were not ruled out in my time here at Council in the last 4 years.
Thank you, Mayor. All of the discussions with regard to Pinklands were about moving one group out in order to allow the other groups to expand as necessary. And the land that will become available from that has been absorbed by those expansion plans and parking, etc. So certainly for my part, I would not support any further pressure on that site. Again, the justification for the plans that Council accepted was that we needed to return the showgrounds to being flexible and an event space and being showgrounds, and to take one sport out and then put another sport in would simply negate that. So that is why I believe those two sites have been taken out of consideration for an indoor sports facility. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. I'm just going to speak for... sorry? The question, I understand questions coming. All right, I'll just make a comment myself. So obviously, quite obviously, I'm for the recommendation in this report. As we've discussed and as I raised in May 2024 in the general meeting, this is a long-held need for our community as identified by community members, and councillors around the table have already identified that it's been spoken about within council for a long period of time. So despite the outcome of the meeting a couple of months ago, I think this is a wonderful to see this report come to council, and very pleased to support it. In discussions, again, with Councillor Colley, having raised this as well, I met with the CEO of Red City Raw early last year, and also pickleball numerous times. We've had discussions and meetings around the need for indoor sporting space. So to meet that community need, I think will be a great benefit for everyone. And I believe, Councillor Mitchell, you had your hand up.
Yes, I was going to speak for, but happy to frame a few things as questions as well. But with your indulgence, me, happy to speak for. I think it's important that we all look forward. I think that there's 11 councillors present that are all positive about finding some indoor sports. One thing for sure is we're not in control of everything, and to the best of previous councils' abilities, there have been delays, there have been barriers put up, but looking forward, we just have to remain nimble, strategic, and open to change. I also agree. I'm very glad to hear that Heinemann Road is not going to be re-prosecuted. It's so important that we just keep moving forward there. Otherwise, we're just going to trip over ourselves. So it's great that that's been publicly clarified. In terms of the showgrounds or Pinklands, I think it's going to be important that even though there may be restraints there, we understand fully what those sites are, what are the barriers and opportunities there. And so I might pause for a question in the middle here. I understand there are further studies coming forward, but is there, beyond what's in this report, are there any other parallel processes that could or should be started in looking at the showgrounds and Pinklands that may help us to stay very contemporary and nimble with our decision making? I'd hate to get to the end of one report and then having to go back and investigate the showgrounds or Pinklands further. Are we going to be doing everything that we require in parallel, and are there any other resources needed? Question?
Councillor Davis. Dr. Davis, are you able to respond?
Thank you, Mayor. My recommendation is to let this study start. Let's have a look at the sites. Let's have a look at the pros and cons. Let's just do the work, Councillor.
So just follow up. So by doing that, though, we can stay mindful of any other parallel processes. I just, knowing how many unintended or out of our control impacts there can be, I just want to make sure that this council is really dotting our I's and crossing our T's and staying every 6 months reviewing, is there further work needed? But that will come through from this study.
We need to start this report and start this planning, and then we will have a way forward.
Thank you. And final comments just in support to the community, but also to every councillor in this room. You do not progress the city by blowing out other people's candle or undermining other people's opportunities. So we're all frustrated that there is deficit of opportunity. We all know that, and there will be some winners and losers, but get behind other sports, get behind each other, and as long as we can move all of our plans forward, your sport and your interests will come further up the ladder. So I acknowledge a lot of the frustration, but stay classy, Redlands, and back each other and keep moving things forward.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Speakers against? Councillor Bishop?
Thank you. And just for context, in a similar vein to Councillor Tulti, I acknowledge 100% the need for indoor sport and for particularly point 2 to endorse the development of an indoor sport facility action plan for the Redlands Coast, identifying priority locations, funding requirements and opportunities for refurbishing existing facilities to obtain a minimum of 6 indoor courts. To me, that is what I think we should be going for. And the discussion has actually identified that we're not yet 100% guaranteed that the priority sites that have been identified, Pinklands and Showgrounds, are the right ones. So I've got a concern with point 3. I think we should allow the assessment to be done for feasibility across the city and allow that to be untethered as is suggested in point 2, but to tether it to the endorsement and development of a feasibility plan on the priority sites that are already identified here misses potential opportunities. We know that there are constraints and there's a limitation in the city, and so there's likely to be lots of challenges in meeting our demands, but I think the study needs to be done. Another concern that I have is that tying it to the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games is a tremendous opportunity, and there's serious potential for us to look at benefits for the city and legacy benefits. But it has been identified by officers in some of our discussions that there's also some shadow side to the funding and the long-term costs, operational matters, and I think we need to be very careful that we're not tethered to something that could catch us outside of what we want to do with point 2, which is to develop for our community. So I have got some concerns with the way this is proposed, and to bring a report regarding the outcomes of Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games indoor sports facility investigation and indoor sports facility action plan, I think that could go well and help us to make our decisions, but I would be concerned with us being tethered to something that could have ongoing extra costs above and beyond what we expect. I'm concerned with us tying it to the 2 sites that we've identified in this report that are considered to be priority sites, because I don't think that's been finalised yet, and I absolutely encourage the officers to do the work to look at benefits across the city to the available land holdings that we've got and available sports and the current uses. And its potential, I know that it's not necessarily what has been agreed by council, but given the overwhelming desire for this to be an outstanding need in our city, there is even a potential, should events go in a different direction at the Birkdale community land site, for a consideration for that to be even considered if there are other issues that identify that there are concerns with the whitewater rafting. So we would not want to rule that out until other levels of assessment have been finalised. And so I just think we need to consider all of the options. And I believe we should endorse the development point 2, bring a report on the outcomes of Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games point 4. I'm not happy with point 3. And dot point 1, to endorse the investigation opportunities for a new indoor facility as a legacy outcome in the lead up to Brisbane 2032. Again, I'm concerned with tethering that to something that could cost us more. So at this stage, I've got some concerns about what this report is actually encouraging us to do, but I'm generally absolutely committed to the views in our community that this is a necessary thing. So dot point 2 particularly for me.
Would it assist if Dr Davis provides some clarification around dot point 2 for you?
I'm happy with dot point 2. It's the context of the other things that are associated with it that concern me.
Sorry, dot point 3.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, if I could. Really, all of this recommendation the resolution is asking you to do is to investigate opportunities for a new indoor sports stadium, to endorse the development of the Indoor Sports Facility Action Plan, which will look at all of the sites that are available across Redlands that might be suitable for an indoor sports stadium. Dot point 3 will be endorse the development of a feasibility study on the priority sites from that dot point 2 indoor sports court action plan. So we will come back to you and look at the feasibility. We have not just tethered this or have come up with the idea of 2 particular sites. Everything is on the table, Councillor. So if that's the suggestion, that is not correct. And then dot point 4, we will look at opportunities but also risks of looking with the Brisbane 2032. Any indoor sports is going to be useful for the lead up, but also a legacy for our community. So we will not be making any decisions without bringing a report back to Council for endorsement on the sites, the timeframes and the costs. This is just a feasibility study.
Thank you very much, and through the chair back to Dr Davis. Thank you, that's tremendous. I was led to believe, because preliminary analysis has identified that those 2 places, and I thought that was referring to priority, but I really appreciate your clarification. Thank you. It clears it up in my mind. And because we had discussed there are some concerns with potential ongoing issues associated with the ups and downs of associating with the Olympics, thank you for the clarification in public on that too. I'm now confident and comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golay, speakers 4.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I will cautiously support this, as I cautiously supported the mayoral minute that brought us to this point. It starts with a mayoral minute and we end up with a white water facility. I use that in context. The feasibility study team was actually sponsored and paid for by the Queensland State Government through Mick de Brenny for Heinemann Road. Let's not forget that. And there was a lot of money spent and time by officers actually going out and speaking to clubs on what the needs were for sporting across the Redlands. Why I'm cautiously supporting this now is because we haven't even broken ground at Heinemann Road. No sooner was the feasibility study complete, sponsored by the state, of course. We then had state members protesting on behalf of sports clubs to say, hell no, we're not moving. Can we actually start a project and finish it to completion, please, before we start digging the dirt on the next one? We're running down rabbit warrens, trying to facilitate, because someone said, look, over here it's shiny, and then, oh, over here it's shinier over here, take this one. We haven't finished the first project. We've got cyclists, you can clarify, Pete, which exactly club it was, who's been moved out of the Heinemann Road project, so they've lost their ground, right? And now we're off on another tangent trying to go down another indoor stadium here. I'm more than happy to look at the needs of what the community wants and support this, but I would strongly suggest that we start tapping on the door of the state government again. If we're going to do this feasibility study again, I'm not sure who the sports minister is this time round, but let's get them to cough up, because they will be the first ones in publications through media to have a say about what we're not doing correctly as a council. Can we pursue that, please? And again, I cautiously support this, but I didn't expect that it would cost us $150,000 to do a scope and a feasibility study on whether this is feasible. We know it's feasible, it's just where's it going to go and exactly which project is going to take precedent.
So I believe Dr Davis might be able to help out too, but the purpose of the $150,000 scope is to determine location and its best fit, and then we talk about funding and all of those things come into play, bearing in mind the opportunities, as we've already outlined, that are coming online with the Olympics coming in 2032, hence the momentum, because if there are funding opportunities, now is the time to progress this forward and capture those possibilities.
Yeah, completely understand, Chair. I just, as I said, I spoke to colleagues about this the other day. When do we actually finish a project? You know, we've purchased land to get Heinemann Road going. We haven't brokered ground there. We're slicing and dicing, and now here we go again down another project that, you know, we're going to spend money on for another feasibility study, which will possibly get funding because of the Olympics.
All right, thank you, Councillor Golay. Any speakers for? Councillor Boglari.
Through you to Dr Davis, we are doing this process and we're going to try and, if it progresses, we're going to try and tap into Olympic funding. But if we don't, we are then going to seek other funding from federal and state, aren't we? It's not tied and relied simply on the Olympic funding, which has been said.
Councillors, if we can, yep, thank you.
Through you, Mayor. The simple answer is yes. We will go after funding no matter whether it's Olympics, whether it's other grants. We will always try and offset funding on behalf of our community.
Oh, precinct. Now, I messed up before. I thought, Councillor Golly, you were actually speaking in support. So are there any other speakers against? No? Any other questions or comments? All right. Now, I've put the... oh, sorry, yeah. If Councillor Colley, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that I've had conversations with every councillor and the Mayor here about the desire and the appetite of our community for an indoor sports centre, and today we have an opportunity to not just talk the talk but to walk the walk, and this is the closest that we've been to deciding as a council, are we serious about providing this facility for the community or not? And I'd like to think that the conversations that I've had and the great work that officers have done to get us to this point, that this will be supported, the officers' recommendation will be supported. We've listened to the community, we've heard their needs and what their expectations are, and officers have done the same. They've bought their recommendation today, hearing what we've had to say, and I think it's a fantastic outcome for the community if this is supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop, myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Yes, support.
Thank you. Carried unanimously. Agenda item number 17, notices of intention to repeal or amend resolutions. I've not been advised of any. Moving on to agenda item number 18, notices of motion. Councillor, we have 2 notices of motion today, I understand. Councillor Tolty, in relation to 18.1, which is a 18.2.
18.1 will come back at 20 now, Madam.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's right.
19. Oh, sorry, 19, yes.
So 9.
So 18.2.
Oh, we're up to 18.2, there we go. Yeah. Okay, notice of motion, Councillor Tolty, Mount Cotton Community Park, Dam, Water Quality and Management. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Golay. Councillor Tolty, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Chair. This, as you've heard from one of the residents from Bohemia Court this morning, is of significant concern to local residents, both residents right across the community and particularly Mount Cotton, because the park is highly valued and the waterways within the park are a significant feature of what is considered one of the most beautiful parks in Redland. Unfortunately, the way we view the management of these old dams has changed over time, and with iterations, new staff, new policies, new considerations, etc. And going back when the land first came into council hands and it was really still being developed into a park, it had very little community facility within it. The water weed harvesters would just be sent in as a matter of course by the local land managers, and I can tell you who the staff were and so forth at the time. And it really was never an issue. The two main water bodies in Mount Cotton Park take water from different directions. So we have the one that was mentioned this morning by the resident that is quite good and clear, takes a significant amount of stormwater runoff, and when the park floods, that particular one floods across the park into the creek and takes the majority of the water from Valleyway and further upstream. So that one gets flushed out naturally. The other one, the one that was being referred to this morning and that is close to the houses that are situated in Bohemia, takes less of the runoff and is a more stagnant water body. It has previously and over a long, long time been cleared out, treated as a farm dam, but it hasn't had those treatments for a really long time. And because this particular water body doesn't get flushed out with the floods the way the other one does, the sedimentary build-up and the amount of rotting matter that's in that sediment is significant. Added to that, we've had changing management of the weeds that sit on top of the water, and the dam has become quite choked up. This was brought particularly to the attention of council over the last 2 years, and anyone who goes and has a look at the dam can see that the turtles and the wildlife can't get through the weeds, and the depth of water has become so shallow that the temperature of the water has increased, and that temperature of the water has increased the algal blooms, which in turn has increased the toxicity for wildlife, and we've got dead animals, and it's all pretty stinky, to be honest. Council has taken the view that this is they have tried to manage it as a natural waterway, and that's all very commendable, and they have put in these biological blocks in the hope that that will change the biome and increase the quality. It is my personal view that unless the sludge is removed and the temperature of the dam is brought back to where it was previously, that's unlikely to work. However, in this motion, I am not asking or directing that any particular plan be adopted, but what I would like is that those options of possibly dredging and increasing the depth and mechanical weed harvesting processes be included in those considerations. They have not been included in those considerations, and the directions to the contractors have not included that to the best of my knowledge. So I want the process to go back to a management plan which considers all the tools available to us to get a better outcome in these water bodies, not to start halfway down the process and not include those as possible options. And then I have simply asked that once they have been considered, that the department come back and report to council via a workshop what steps they've taken, what the water quality is like, how those steps have improved or not improved the water quality, and what is the best management plan overall for these water bodies going forward, because I don't believe we currently have a good management plan for them. It's very much piecemeal and reactive rather than proactive management. And broader to that, we have parks and reserves across Redland which have water bodies. Some are old dam farms, or farm dams I should say. Some are creeks or drainage lines that have become sediment basins and have been used to slow down water for management of stormwater. And they are crammed up with weed to the point where you can't tell if it's grass you could walk on or that it's even a water body. And I've got photographs of many of them. They're in Wellington Point, they're in Redland Bay, they're in Thornlands, they're certainly in Mount Cotton. And we need to have a proactive plan of how to manage these. It seems, and I will await the reports coming back to indicate whether that is an accurate reflection, but it seems that we have no problem when we're assessing these weeds if they are feral weeds. Automatically the staff feel quite authorised and they're happy to go and manage feral non-native plants. When we have an oversupply in the waterway of native vegetation, nobody's game to act. And it doesn't really matter if it's native or feral. If it's blocking up the waterway and changing the biome and reducing the ability for animals to exist in that water body, turtles, etc., then we need to address that as part of our proactive management. So that's what I'm asking for here, councillors. So I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tulsi. Speakers.
Just wondering if there's an officer that can give any more light on the subject.
We'll just do speakers for and against and then move into, I'll ask if we can get some more clarity. Speakers against? So any other speakers? No? Okay, I'll open up to questions. So Councillor Boglari, you had the first question. I'll come back to you, Councillor Bishop.
Well, I'd just like to hear from an officer on the subject of it. We've all got waterways and...
Madam Chair, if I could, this is not a motion brought by officers or a recommendation brought by officers. It's asking for that to come back. So the appropriate time for that would be when it comes back.
Did you have clarification on a point that was raised that you wanted clarification on, Councillor Boglari?
I was just interested in, I'll wait for the report. I would like to discuss the wording of this motion at the appropriate time.
Okay. Councillor Bishop, you had a question?
Yeah, just observing, thank you, Mayor, and to Councillor Tulsi, just acknowledging that the motion really has two parts. One is the critical issue of this dam and waterway as it stands, which the residents spoke to this morning very comprehensively, and I totally support that. The second part is more to do with a broader issue of an assessment from officers that a workshop presentation be brought to council. First part of my question is, can that give some sort of a guideline for us going forward in future? And the second is, what are some of the potential costs associated with that, and would a guideline be better rather than committing to do future works in other areas? I mean, I know those two things are tied together, but my first question...
Madam Chair, I would suggest that both of those things are what is being asked for, and there isn't any need for any further information on that.
Thank you. I'll just let Councillor Bishop...
Yeah, I'm just requesting if we'll get a guideline from from this, if that will be ultimately a better way to resolve the broader issue going forward, and if there's likely to be a cost associated with that work.
Councillor Davis, are you able to?
It asks us for a management plan, Madam Chair. Guideline or management plan, isn't that the same thing?
So, Councillor Bishop, are you happy with the
I understand
guideline
Councillor
management plan?
Tolte has brought the motion. I'm just seeking clarification as a councillor in the public that is what
So
is.
that's the intent. You're asking whether the management plan is.
Yes, they're two different matters. One is about to do with one water body and the other is a broader consideration. I'm wondering whether a guideline will be more effective and potentially will be what comes back to us rather than a bespoke breakdown of each of the individual parts across the city, potentially with costs associated. I just want to get that clarified. If
All right. Dr Davis?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I again would like to provide some reassurance. I've had some discussions with Councillor Tolte and I believe that the wording of the motion allows us enough information to actually bring a workshop back, and if there are recommendations for a guideline or a management plan that's standard across, we will be able to do that under this motion.
Just note that there are many other issues across the city and something that's going to help officers deal with these issues before they get to the state that this one has got to is something that seems to be lacking, and I think that would be very important for us to have. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we did. I did ask before if there was anyone against, and I thought we'd moved on from that. Well, it's men. So, are there any other questions? So, if I move in order down this side and then back, so Councillor Mitchell, then Councillor Hewlett.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to the author, Councillor Tolte. Well, there's a fair bit of words there. The way I'm reading this is that it's a direction to council, but a healthy nudge saying we recognise management to date has been inadequate, but it's nudging the organisation into a trial of sorts, and you're open to the results of that trial coming forward, and those benefits will go across the city. So, yeah, it's just reading through the 3 points, but I'm just seeing it as enabling a series of trials, if required, to end up with best practice.
So if I may, Madam Chair, council officers are more or less doing a trial, but depending that they have put in what they call bio blocks, which my understanding is trying to seed the dam with good bacteria, which, I'll bring it back to our gut bacteria. Everyone knows prebiotics and probiotics. They're trying to use prebiotics to rebalance the dam. Now, whether that's successful or not, we won't know that for quite some time. I believe it's going to take 6 months or so to start to see whether that bacteria is having an effect. The residents can't go through another summer waiting 6 months to see if it changes. They need more proactive management of that waterway than that. That doesn't mean that the bio blocks are a bad idea or that they shouldn't be there. They've actually been installed this week, and that's great. But I don't personally believe, given the years and years of sediment and rotting matter that is in the dam, that they will be able to overcome that. So I'm asking that we, by all means, continue that part of it, but a management plan for a dam, and there are guidelines published online by other local government bodies and bodies across the country which say that you should use a combination of sediment control, dredging, weed management, including mechanical harvesters, and the water quality and biome testing. So we seem to go to the thing that requires the least environmental concern, which is put the natural biome blocks in and hope for the best. But there's a couple of things I think at the root of this, personally I think, this is my assessment, and that is that these water bodies are not natural water bodies in that they didn't spring up and create themselves. They are man-made, and they were there before it was a park, and they were managed as farm dams. And we are now, in our planning, calling them natural, ecological, waterways, and they simply are not. And as soon as we call it natural, ecological waterway, then we do not want to do any human intervention. We want to let natural ecological processes manage it. And that's where I think the tension comes in. So rather than calling them natural waterways and treating them like a natural creek, we need to be treating them as man-made waterways that need management. And so I'm asking that we go back and take a look at it from that perspective, but I'm not directing any specific outcome.
Right, thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Mitchell? Yeah?
Cool.
All right, I believe Councillor Goller, you were next. Did you have your hand up?
Thanks, Chair. I was speaking for, so I'm happy to support the motion without going into further conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goller. Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Meg. Can I ask a question through you to Councillor Talty? When the Speaker was here before, he mentioned about 10 years ago, I think, that aqua harvesting was being done. It wasn't being done?
The aqua harvesting was done prior to my being elected. I was aware of it because I'm also a local resident, and it was done every so often. I don't know exactly who organised that. I believe it may have been done around 2012, but I think that the park wasn't a park yet. It was just getting handed over to council. When I first came into council, the area that we're talking about was still swamp, dam, old farmland, grass up to your armpits, wasn't like a park. And at that time, the harvesters went in and took the weeds out and made the waterway better. It could have been Lex, it could have been the developers. I couldn't tell you for sure.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered why they'd stopped that process, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Colley, did you have your hand up then?
Yeah, Councillor Hewlett's asked the question I was going to ask, but I did also want to ask the General Manager for Infrastructure and Operations what budgetary impact this request would have.
Any recommendations or any changes to what we're currently doing would, but I believe that we would be able to address that with councillors as when we bring the workshop presentation back. We would flag it then.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boglari.
I was along the same lines as Councillor Colley on the budgetary process, because through you to Dr Davis, in point 1, it actually says it is a direction, because it says and undertake works. This should include. So I'm concerned about that wording. I understand that this is obviously a health hazard and according to the resident this morning, so it would be good to see some sort of works, but I just don't like perhaps the wording of this motion, because it is definitely a direction. Based on Councillor Talty's, what did she call it, personal view, maybe the wording considering dredging and mechanical weed harvesting be incorporated, because I would like to get our officers who are in this area, their opinion on it before we gave a direction as to what has to be included. And then through you to Dr Davis, it says and undertake works. So are those works going to be undertaken before point 3 that the workshop comes back to council?
All right, Councillor Talty, could we have some clarification around the intention, I guess, of...
Madam Chair...
I'm sorry, I asked for Dr Davis to give me my clarification.
And the Chair is chairing and she referred it to me.
If you probably actually addressed it previously. I think you did cover that point. However,
I would just draw your attention, Madam Chair, to the last two words of point 1. It says as appropriate. If it's not appropriate, it won't be done.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. And Councillor Bulgari, you had a question for Dr. Davis.
My question was about the direction given to actually undertake the works and the management plan and everything there in dot point 1 and 2, whereas dot point 3 is the workshop. Now, I'm very keen for the workshop because we've all got water bodies across the city that probably need some sort of work, and it would be good to get an update on them. I know I'd like an update on the sovereign waters one, but direction 1 and 2, I'm just saying actually do give direction. And then there's point 3, but is the workshop...
So I understand, so we've sort of covered before that the workshop will come back with a whole of city approach, as I understand it, and points 1 and 2 relate to Mount Cotton, to that water body specifically. And I understand the intent of point 1 is to gain the brief, and that brief to include a holistic look at undertaking the work and providing, and the work to be scoped, I guess, or to be looked at to also include the possibility of dredging and mechanical weed harvesting. So that's the intent, yeah. So do you have concerns? Councillor Bulgari, would you like to?
I understand this is a health problem, so I'll be supporting this. But I know if I brought a motion with that wording in, I would be getting asked also to change it.
All right. Are you comfortable with drawing attention to as appropriate at the end of the sentence? Are you comfortable with that? That it should include it as it? Okay. All right. Councillor Goller, you had your hand up.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we're sort of splitting hairs here. This is a critical approach here that we need to get on top of this. Wildlife are being impacted. Environmentally, it's a mess. It's impacting the community. And we're sitting here arguing back and forwards about a few words on a page and is it appropriate and blah, blah, blah. Before I got elected, the Division 3 councillor, Deborah Henry, had
I think
harvesters harvesting crystal waters as well. So how that all came to stop, Madam Mayor, is beyond me, and we need to sort of get back on, the appropriate environmental bandwagon. Stop splitting hairs.
I think that we've prosecuted it a fair bit now. Everyone's had their say, and just to clarify, I don't think there was much going backwards and forwards. I think people were generally getting a good understanding, and I think that the concerns were around gaining understanding in the wording and what that meant. So, and that's fine. And I think we've done that now. Are there any other questions? No? All right. Councillor Tolte, do you have anything extra to add in summing up?
Yes, thank you. This is a recommendation from the local land services of the New South Wales government in regard to managing these kind of water bodies. It indicates that you should top dress any bare soil around the area. You need to keep it functioning and keep your spillways open. Don't plant trees or shrubs in the spillway. Regularly slash the grass and the spillway. Reduce dense ground cover around the water body. Don't use the spillway or outlet slope for vehicle access. Monitor the dam for leaks and check for clay soils and silting. If you're collecting large amount of sediment, you need to dredge or desilt the water body. And for practical reasons, this is best done during dry times. Avoid impacting local waterways. Avoid placing dredged silt on spillways, filter zones, etc. And silt problems can be reduced by maintaining a healthy ground cover around the dam, and it goes on to... So there's all of the things that I'm asking for are things that are just generally recommended for maintenance of man-made water bodies. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Tolte. So I'll now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Talty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Hughes online.
Thank you. Support.
Carried unanimously. And I understand, Councillor Hughes, that it's a very late hour probably where you are and you would like to leave the meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm now leaving the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hughes. (12:31), Councillor Hughes is leaving the meetings. All right, we're moving to agenda item number 18.3, which is notice of motion by Councillor Mackenzie, review of Council's public art policy. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. During the budget process, there was some allocated funds within the budget. So this motion is requesting that some of those funds be allocated to review and update where necessary Council's public art policy and framework in consultation with councillors. Through our budget process and previous and workshops subsequent to that, it was identified by our Service Manager for Creative Arts, Bradley Rush, that that policy and framework needed to be reviewed and likely to be updated to ensure that we had a good public art policy that covered the city. And through the discussions in creating this motion, I also spoke with Bradley about how we integrate art into our major projects that we're moving forward with instead of doing them retrospectively. And his suggestion was that we need to integrate them into the design phase. So point 2 of my motion regarding just naming those projects specifically is that those projects are currently getting to design phase, especially the Redlands Coast Eco Precinct and the Capalaba Revitalisation Project. So it was best practice to integrate art at the design phase instead of retrospectively. And we spoke also about grant funding that would be available, but they needed to be shovel-ready projects. So in order to then be able to access those grants, we would need to scope work in order to do that. So my understanding is that there isn't any budget implications because there was surplus operational budget from the budget, and this is to update that public art policy framework and look at scoping public art that may be integrated into those current projects that are moving towards design phase.
All right, speakers against? Councillor Bishop?
Again, I'm very much in support of Council having a public art policy and framework. I'm very much in favour of Council having a cultural plan that would guide this, and I very much support the notion of Councillor Mackenzie to progress this. My preference would have been to have progressed the officer's recommendation, which is to actually do this, not break it down into these component parts. And I'll speak to why that's a potential concern for me, and I'm happy for the officers to provide some feedback or answer any questions I may raise as I speak against this as it's currently proposed. I absolutely believe that we need the public art policy and framework to do those first 5 dot points. Where I have some concerns is by identifying $30,000 to scope public art that may be integrated into current projects, with the proposed priorities being, they're council priorities already under our city, under our corporate plan. I think that's a given. I prefer to see the plan designed and proposed by officers at arm's length from councillors with a separation, acknowledging that we live in Redland City and Redland City has some agreements, statutory responsibilities, some ILUA requirements, and these are matters that really do need to be considered from a cultural lens and perspective in this city at this time in the approach to an Olympics that probably should not have a prioritised scoping of public art. And I do think that we need to have some separation from councillors in how the artworks are designed and delivered going forward. They may be proposed to us at a certain point, have no concern with that, but to have $30,000 to scope public art that may be integrated, I feel as though that's a little bit cart before the horse. I understand the intention, but I think that will be a given the size and scale of these projects as they come forward. And I believe that if we allow the first part of this process, which is the $20,000 to review and update, happy for the $50,000 to all go into that if necessary. And the other point that I would also like to make is that while Councillor Mackenzie has identified those 4 priorities, across the city, in many other areas, in our open space areas, our foreshore parks, there are places of great significance and importance to our community, and the public art policy and framework should be as equitable and inclusive of potential opportunities for funding by community or through whatever processes, so that those places can be activated through placemaking and so forth. So absolutely in support of the intent, but just that second part of scoping the public art, maybe that's something that the officers can respond to. And I generally was happy with where we were. I understand where we're going, but I think that, yeah, those thoughts about separation and allowing artists to be the ones who respond, and also councillors, and just our cultural heritage training, I think is probably something we need to bear in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Mayor. As a point of clarification, nowhere in this motion does it say that we are deciding which pieces of public art are going into those projects.
I think
that's the direction for our creative arts to go and scope public art that may be integrated. And my understanding is that in the design phase of our major projects, public art hasn't really been a focus. So, and I'm happy for Brad to provide clarity on that and confirmation that it hasn't. And this point 2 will enable them to be able to do that work, to integrate it into those major projects, understanding that these major projects are at design phase and this is the point that they need to be implemented. Hence the reason why, yes, it is a cart before the horse, but we may miss the opportunity for any grant funding if we're waiting for the public art policy and framework to come back to us first.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. I think, Councillor Bishop, your intent was around other areas across the city, not so much the artwork. It was around Wynham Creek or other areas identified around the city.
It's both that, and it's also exactly as you've mentioned, Councillor Mackenzie, that this should be liberal, equitable and apply at arm's length from councillors. Now, I have heard in the chambers some discussion about particular projects and particular places of projects that weren't preferred by certain people, and I think that's the area where I'd just like to clarify that we should allow this to be at arm's length, and without going into any of those details, that's just the clarification I'm seeking, so that we make sure that broad cultural issues are dealt with at arm's length, and if that's the intent, I'm happy to hear from the officers on that.
Right. Yeah, so it's Brad, yeah, if you're happy. Brad Rush, Service Manager.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to see them as 2 separate pieces of work, and possibly timing has mushed them up, if I could use that term, not in an ideal situation. So we need a framework. I think the other things in the framework that need to be addressed is our curatorial process, sustainable practices. We have a lot of art that is not easy to maintain. We need to address that in the framework. Talk about placemaking, the tourism story of public art, how community arts plays in, and how we can align with additional funding and align with commercial money as well, align with commercial development. So there is a piece of work that we have to fast track, and we need to secure some funding to be able to secure that work. As an example, definitely because of the great work that the city is doing in major projects, there's a definite opportunity, and as Councillor Mackenzie suggested, there are some really great examples of how you can change the public art narrative by talking about it at design phase, and I think they were the points that were trying to be made. In an actual fact, to tell you the truth, we actually have a public art frame that sits across the Heinemann Road development that was old because Heinemann Road has changed, but it was an excellent piece of work. We could actually pick that up. And so the story of Heinemann Road, the story of that place has been captured really nicely. And so given that we have Capella Bar coming up, the timing's perfect, possibly in Digiscapes, some of that scoping money, which is a separate piece of work, is about actually putting an artist in the room and saying, okay, so here's the design for the works. How does public art overlay over that? And I think I was just double checking the wording as well. And I think they're proposed priorities, and certainly how public art is framed in other significant placemaking spots around the city would be something that the framework talks about. I guess the final point too is in terms of potential money, time's kind of running out. There is a city deal floating around and we have to have some shovel-ready stuff ready to go. And so kind of have to work hard and fast to be able to do that, noting it's not possibly the ideal timing.
Thank you. Given that this is a notice of motion from Councillor Mackenzie, I really appreciate that update and understand now more thoroughly the background and the intent, so I'm greatly appreciative. Thank you.
Now I think we have speakers for. Councillor Golay, did you have your hand up?
It's more of a question, so if we're still following for and against, I'll wait till questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Golay. Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, happy to speak for and really congratulate Councillor Mackenzie on the work with this and in engaging with the Creative Arts unit. I think, and through the budget process, there was a lot of interest around some of the public art funding, and not all those questions were as nuanced as they may have been. But I think this allows, and the developing of the strategy, I think, is a great example of where councillors and the community can be brought along with much greater understanding of what is intended with the public arts program, and furthermore that the quality of the artwork, the artistic integrity, the maintenance, the access to funding, all of those very pragmatic as well as artistic elements are being considered. So I'm really comfortable with it, and even at point 2, I had also asked the question, so are we locking ourselves into any areas? No, we're not, but it is absolutely appropriate that those significant projects are considered along the way. So I think this will actually enable a greater acceptance and in the future funding of public art. There's only so much to go around, so we have to be smart about it and strategic. So I'll certainly be supporting this, and having just come back from France, just to annoy everyone with this one more time, some of the incredible public art I saw, which wasn't all about heritage, but some of it was. Not all of it was about the environment, but some of it was. But gee, there was some that was just fantastic and eye-opening and interesting and awe-inspiring. So I think that's where we want to go. There's plenty of places where artists can have a go at enhancing some areas, but not all of it's going to threshold to the point of the public art portfolio that I think that we all aspire to, and led by those experts that we have within the area. So, no, well done, Councillor Mackenzie, and to Brad and the team that worked with her. So I think this is going to help us move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any intention of speaking against this motion, but I just went onto our website and thought that I'd have a look what our public art policy is, and we approved our public art policy on the 19th of March this year. It says that it was reviewed in March with no updates. So I'm a little bit confused why we are seeking $20,000 to do this work when it was 6 months ago that it was reviewed and there was no decision made to make any updates, yet now we're saying we need $20,000 to do it? I'm a little bit confused.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Shane Hackett, Group Manager, Customer and Cultural Services. Can you speak to that?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Councillor Colley. The recent update to the policy was just an administrative update because it was due and expiring. We're proposing to update the framework, which was 2018, which is 6 years old. And the policy is a natural part of updating a framework. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any speakers for? Councillor Rendels?
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I think it is picking up both what Councillor Colley has noted, that, you know, and the advice we've received from Mr. Hackett is that it is due for a re-examination. We've had frequent discussions within the chamber about, you know, issues of equity, issues of appropriateness, the allocation, access, public art vis-a-vis community art, and I think it is a timely opportunity for council officers who have the expertise in this area to look at it and come back with some, you know, clearer recommendations and ideas on how we can move forward. And I'm also looking forward to the opportunity for us as councillors to be able to engage in that process and provide our input into that review process.
Thank you. Is any speakers against? And I might just, I've got some comments too. I'll just come in here. I'm interested in relation to the policy update, which didn't include the framework at the time. Just that my personal experience is that they're usually done in conjunction in one motion, so that's of interest to me to know that happens. I too, probably like Councillor Colley in relation to that point, and then Councillor Bishop had concerns around the prioritisation, but the explanation from the group manager, from the service level manager, has probably allayed those fears. I'm just wanting to ensure that it is a cross-city approach and that the purpose of point 2 is to access the funding that might be available specifically for those projects, but doesn't bump down the line any other locations or any other projects. And I'm getting a nod, so I seem to be on the right path. So thank you very much. And Councillor Boglari, you had a question.
No, just a comment.
A comment?
Thank you. Yep.
Yep.
So thank you, Brad. You gave me comfort on point 2 because I didn't like it, because I think public art is good throughout the city for economic benefits. We've all seen it. Peter's just seen it in Paris. Last time we spoke on it, I gave the millions of dollars that Melbourne City puts into visitations and the tourist dollar there. I just wanted to clarify a point. There wasn't a surplus in the budget, as was previously stated. The public art was actually voted out at the first public budget review. The public art that was in the budget was actually for some maintenance and a new piece in the Wellington Point Village, because we've been working there for over 10 years now on public art because the traders recognised how many extra visitations that actually brought to the village. So it was really disappointing, as we had waited quite a number of years for this next lot to happen, that it did get voted out at that budget review. And I'm not too sure now when we're going to keep working on our art trail. So I'm glad to see that number 2 still doesn't exclude our Cleveland villages, our Minjerribah villages, our islands, and of course Wellington Point and Redland Bay villages. And I'm hoping that with this review that there is a greater acceptance, I think were Councillor Mitchell's words, by councillors of public art, and a greater understanding will happen when we have a workshop as to those benefits. Because when you look on Facebook, which everybody does, with our friends travelling, that's what they quite regularly put up, is public art. They don't put up new subdivisions or anything, especially the silos around Australia. How many times have we seen them? And there's actually the silo trails. So that's why I am very keen to keep working on the art trails around Redlands. And if this motion helps us get that acceptance, then after listening to Brad, I'll support it today.
Wonderful, thank you very much. There's no secret to how much I love art and public art, so I think that's great too. All right, any other questions or comments? Councillor Golley?
Just a clarification through you, Chair, to Councillor Boglari. I can't wait for us to actually build a couple of wheat silos. That'd be great. But anyway, that's another matter. How did the public art come about for the stingrays on the roundabout? What was the process there? Where did that fall in? Was that done through SIP, or was that done through?
It was, for memory.
Yeah. Because
No, it wasn't. But Mayor, perhaps we need to return to the item in front of us, and we can have that conversation later.
Well, I think it actually falls into that question about councillors' interaction. I know I was able to sit down, meet with officers, talk about a proposal down in Thornlands Park based on remembering the heritage where there was a blacksmith shop. So I was able to invest my SIP into that project as an art piece to put the 200 odd kilo, anvil in and all the bits and pieces that go with it. So I think it's a bit of a long bow to say that councillors need to be at arm's length, because it'll be a three-way approach. You'll have a SIP program that you can invest into for art, for public art in your area. Yeah, you'll have residents who will approach and say, hey, can we do something? And then you'll also have the opportunity to engage with developers, for example, as part of their development of an area, to actually engage them and say, well, how about, talk to this particular artist over here. This is what we were thinking. Can you fund it and put it in? It still comes back to us ultimately, though, for a budget consideration as well. So I think we're sort of long bow to say that councillors should be at arm's length.
I think the intent now is, I think we get it. We've all got a good understanding of the motion, and I think we're all very cognizant of the value that public art, and it's just wonderful to get a good consensus of the value that public art brings to the community in all of its guises and all the possibilities. So I think that's pretty good. Any other questions or comments? All right, I now put the motion. Oh, sorry, summing up, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. And with regards to the motion and not keeping councillors at length, the motion is that we are reviewing and updating that policy and framework in consultation with councillors. And I personally don't see that councillors should be kept at arm's length when it comes to public art, because we're consulted when a park goes in. We often cop the political fallback on decisions that are made, and I do believe it's a relationship as representatives of our community to have those discussions with our creative arts department, community, in getting this public art policy and framework right. And so I am looking forward to those conversations that we have in developing this and moving forward on how we can integrate public art into that design phase in a way that complements those precincts of projects that we're moving forward with. So thank you, and thank you, Brad. I really appreciate the conversations that we had in order to facilitate this moving forward that met your needs and our expectations. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Now I put the motion. Those in favour? Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendells, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. And Councillor Hughes is absent. Thank you, carried. Thank you. Moving on to agenda. Did you get that last bit? Just to check. You did. Moving on to agenda item number 19, which is urgent business. I'm advised that we have a matter of urgent business. As we discussed before, Councillor Tolty, would you like to raise your urgent business?
I would, thank you. I wonder if I can have the motion on the screen. Councillors, the reason that this is urgent is because it's about opening up the VAG grant round early and broadening the auspices of the grant to allow people to apply for increased activities over the next 6 months. And specifically, if there are any Christmas-related activities that can be added to our Christmas trail that we've been looking at and talking about. It also speaks to increasing the available funding for the Mount Cotton Community Christmas Party, which is the main event that is part of that Southern Trail. And it cannot wait until October because that will then be too late for our community groups to be able to mobilise and make application for funding if they have an opportunity to expand or improve events that they might want to host. So looking at the urgent business without notice qualification, the questionnaire is it needed to achieve an outcome to be dealt with at a general meeting? Yes, it is. Does the matter require a decision only council can make? Yes, it does. Can the matter wait to be placed on the agenda at the next meeting? No, it cannot. Is it in the public interest to raise this matter at the meeting? And yes, it is. And can the matter be dealt with administratively? No, it cannot. So, councillors, first vote that you'll be asked to provide is this urgent business? And I believe it is. I'll ask you to support that and then we can move on to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tolty. Yeah, do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Mackenzie. Putting the motion, those in favour. Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolty, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, myself and Councillor Hughes is out of the room. Motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. So now we move to the motion proper.
Can I seek a point of clarification, Mayor? That first vote was that we decided that it was urgent business, and now we need a mover and
seconder for the actual motion.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to move the motion.
So moved by Councillor Tolty, seconded by Councillor Rendles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a two-part motion. We've had a lot of discussions around the back table and in workshops about the need to review the VAG grants. I wasn't present at the recent discussion, but I understand that councillors generally do think that they need tweaking. The grants have worked well in the south of the city in that the south of the city has been fortunate to have community groups that were able to kind of rise up, come forward, make application and put on events that fitted within the economic development and villages requirement of the grants, and that has brought forward the Christmas markets at Redland Bay Village and has been a source of funding for the Mount Cotton Community Christmas Party. I know that we've had other events across the city, including the Diwali celebration, which was really successful over in Councillor Hughes's area, and which is funded to go ahead in Capalaba again with the last round of grants. This is a proposal to relax, if you like, the auspices and change the dates so that we can broaden the appeal. It doesn't mean that those people who would normally apply for a village activation grant can't do so under the usual requirements. Just means that others who maybe wouldn't qualify will qualify. And because we brought it forward as early as we can, that means that we have an opportunity to add to the Christmas experience of the city if those groups are willing and able to come forward and take advantage of that. Mount Cotton Community Christmas Party is a completely non-profit volunteer-run event and has been for 22 years. It has hit a few snags this year with economic situation in the community, and business sponsorships are down for the community event. Without this extra funding, it won't go ahead. So it's in your hands, councillors. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Boglari?
Oh, sorry, I was just asking, rather than going into immediately for and against, if we could have a question time so we could understand the intent.
Councillor Boglari?
We understand the intent, if we could understand what's actually in it.
Yeah. Councillor Boglari, did you have questions?
Thank you. I need to know the funding resources for this, for an extra round of the VAG grants. Are those that have already applied for a VAG grant this year going to be allowed to apply for this second one? Like usually you have to wait 6 months before you can apply for a grant. So I was wondering, are they going to be allowed to apply again? And is it still at $12,000? And it mentioned not only having a second round, but simplifying the auspicing. So I was wondering if there's clarification on what that actually meant too, please.
Thank you. If I can ask Brooke Denholder, Group Manager, Communities. And I understand, I asked that question similar this morning, and I was informed that the VAG is undersubscribed usually.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor Boglari. So in terms of the VAG rounds, it normally opens in February each year. So for the 24-25 financial year, we will still have, it's still proposed to have a VAG round open in February 2025. This motion proposes an additional round, if you like, a Christmas-focused round that would happen earlier. So people who would normally apply for a VAG grant will still be eligible to do that as part of the 2025 round. It's not proposing to remove that.
So it's the same lot of money that would be in the February one now just brought forward if you want to have if they missed out doing it previously. Yes. Yeah. So there's no increase in funding that's all of a sudden required?
No, I guess it depends, Councillor, on who applies essentially. So we still have one VAG allocation for the financial year. I guess this is just providing an additional opportunity to access those funds with a focus on Christmas.
And difference in auspicing, can I ask what that was, please?
Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure in terms of the difference in, do you mind?
The rules.
Which?
It means they're relaxing the rules, so it doesn't have to be dead in a village and so forth. If you've got an event, you can bring it forward.
Oh, you mean location then, not auspicing?
Yes.
Well, yeah, the auspicing of is the rules around it. So it's relaxing the rules.
Sorry, Chair.
Auspicing is when you get somebody else to auspice the grant for the group because they're not incorporated or something. The conditions of the grant are the conditions of the...
Thank you. I believe the officer can articulate it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Boglari, I understand now. So in terms of the locations, as Councillor Tolte has mentioned, in the current guidelines, there are 10 centres listed as to where applicants can be applying to hold their events in. This motion would propose to relax that for this particular round to allow applicants for events in any locations across the city to be eligible. auspicing, as you say, is a different requirement that's around who's auspicing or holding the funds.
Sorry, I just have a question. So it's a relaxation for this year only to allow events?
Yeah, but we can review further.
Which picks up the Mount Cotton event specifically.
Mount Cotton event is already picked up in the
It's already
VAG.
picked up. Okay.
Yeah, so it's for other things like perhaps on the Simbi Islands or in a park.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my second part to the officer was the increase in funding to Mount Cotton by 12,000. Where is that coming from?
Through you, Chair. So my understanding from the motion is, so the Mount Cotton event already was successful in achieving a VAG grant of the maximum amount from the 23-24 round. So February 24 they applied for this particular 24 event. So that's already locked away and we're working with them on that. This motion proposes an additional $12,000 for that event, and the source of that funding that's proposed is slightly different. That's from the I guess the allocation around Christmas as opposed to the VAG grants, if I've understood that correctly.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bishop, did you have any other questions? No. Sorry, Boglari. Did you have any other questions?
Sorry, I'm just a bit confused as to where the 12,000's coming from.
So I believe,
we made a saving at Christmas.
So as I understand it,
now we're using.
So as I understand it, we collectively voted the budget for Christmas was in place. We collectively articulated that we wanted to try and save money for this financial year. It's a trial, as I understand from events, to see how it works, to have that more decentralised approach to our Christmas festival across the city. There's been a saving as a result of that we're not putting a lot of money into that single event. And the intent is to use some of that saving to redirect to the Mount Cotton event due to the decrease in commercial sponsorship. So I gather the commercial sponsorship is down by 12 grand, and we're asking to top it up by 12 grand. Is that the case?
Up to 12 grand. So if I can, like any grant and any community event, it will have to be, what's the word when they, acquitted. So it's not just, they have to spend that amount and have receipts to show that amount, and if it's just saying up to that amount, then I'm not a committee member. The committee can come and talk to our teams and work out what that amount would be.
Yeah. So as I said, so you're saying that the commercial input that's down by 12 grand, and you're looking to replace it by 12 grand.
Yeah, and originally I was looking at VAG grants, so that goes in $12,000. That's where the 12 came from. Okay. But then in talking with officers, etc., and developing the motion, this is where we ended up at. So it's asking that we authorise the officers to go and give the event organisers up to a further $12,000, and in that process they will, they will tell us what they've got that they can claim acquit.
Okay, yeah.
It has to be acquitted. It's not just, you can have this money and we don't need to know where you're going to spend it.
And we're doing that because of the lost sponsorship by a similar
Yeah,
amount.
so this particular year, and I think a lot of organisations are feeling a lump past COVID. We had a lot of, everything stopped, and then everyone was trying to get back on their feet after COVID. And then with the interest rates, etc., business is really under pressure, and it's difficult to get sponsorships at the moment.
Point of order. I'd just like to clarify if we're having questions or if we're going for and against, because I'm just a little confused. We're having some. I just want to know where we're at, because.
So yeah, we'd actually moved into questions, and so
First?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I have a question too.
So if I go back, I've got names written down. I do have your name written down, Councillor Bishop. So
I was just, I know my Wellington Point trader is in the same boat. They're about 5,000 down this year. They're not going to have any new decorations or anything. Have they got access to this money as well? Because I'm sure other councillors have also got groups that are struggling. I don't know where our savings will then happen, but I'm just wondering. I didn't think to ask for this. I told them to cut back myself.
I guess Councillor Boglari, Councillor Boglari, if I can just, so I guess your question is if we change or a relaxation of the rules, would your centre be able to apply in the same way? And I would gather then that would be correct.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess there's probably two things that are being considered there. So in terms of an additional round, if you like, for VAG to be open early with a Christmas focus, then groups across all of the city would be eligible to apply within those guidelines. In terms of the motion around considering the specific event for Mount Cotton, that's a particular allocation you'd be considering today separately, using a different funding source through the savings from Christmas.
So I guess in consideration of that, I guess it is a precedent too then. If we're talking about this in this request in relation to the savings, then I guess we could all consider that that it's a precedent set for organisations in a similar situation. All right, so next on my list, Councillor Bishop.
A few questions, if I may, through the chair. First question, do we have a workshop coming back to us about community grants and including VAG?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So in terms of a follow-up from the previous council workshop that was held, that was reviewing the entire community grants program and sponsorship program, which included VAG. We've captured a lot of the feedback that was provided both at the workshop and feedback that we've received since. We're also currently in an audit process around our grants allocations. So we're likewise accumulating that feedback and we'll be coming back to councillors with some recommendations around that going forward. So yes, there will be another opportunity to consider where we go with more broadly with community grants in future.
So that sounds like council has a strategic process that we're looking at that integrates things that we've all collectively agreed or in process of agreeing, and that will come to us at a future date.
Correct. And councillors, at that time we indicated that would inform the 25-26 grants program.
Yeah. To me, that's the logical sequence of strategic planning, and this seems to be a departure from that. So I just want to flag that as a concern. I do have some views about VAG. At no stage has Division 10 been eligible to put anything anywhere but in a car park, and that's just not a safe place. So I welcome the relaxation of those rules, but I think that should happen through a strategic process, not through a notice of motion. I think that's an appropriate way for that to occur. I am also concerned about the principle of suddenly a $200,000 available fund that we might have access to, subject to notices of motion. How do we limit that going forward is a question to officers generally. If we attribute now $12,000...
Point of order, Madam Chair. There isn't any $200,000 fund being proposed here, and the councillor is not speaking to the motion.
Sorry, it's referred to in the background of councillor supported a reduction budget of $200,000. So I'm framing that in the context that you've given us, which is that...
Okay, if we can...
So I'd like to understand the principle that if we commence a process of attributing $12,000 extra to an event that is having a few snags and that without extra funding probably won't go ahead, if we open this up, does that expose us to potentially some concerns going forward, or how do we frame that?
So I guess just to summarise your question in relation to the request for extra funding for that one event, you're asking how does that impact us then if organisations in a similar situation make those requests? How does that affect our budget?
If councillors want notices of motion to continue to go, there's $200,000 available, ipso facto, it's applied here. I'm concerned about that, and I wonder how officers will advise us if we go with this about how we might put a limit on that, because I'm concerned about that precedent.
Madam Chair, I don't believe an officer can answer that because the officers didn't bring this motion forward. I did.
Then a councillor's question to you, what do we do, through the chair to councillors, if there's a precedent now of giving $12,000 that we collectively decided we wanted to go down a different pathway, we've asked the officers to go away, they've come back with a recommendation for Christmas this year. If we preference this one group out of sequence because of this notice of motion, what will we do to establish a policy that's equitable, fair, transparent, if we're going to decide ourselves this? I think it's a concern I'd like us to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bishop. I guess if we can consider that point. Councillor Talty, have you given?
I will just have a response, if that's all right with you, Chair. This is not a precedent. We have drawn on savings that have been made from all different kinds of decisions, from budgets, and we have given at budget time and other times one-off funding for various different events across the city, including Mount Cotton Community Christmas Party at various times, and Redfest, and lots of other events where we've had savings in the budget, and then when a problem has come up, we have, through a notice of motion to council, drawn on some of those funds under a special occasion or a special consideration. And that is the case. It has always been the case, and it will continue to be the case, and this is not a precedent, not by any stretch of the imagination.
So just to clarify, as we sort of pointed out before, from what I understand, the sponsorship is down by, I'm not sure how much, but the sponsorship is down. And how is that measured? Just from this time last year, it's down. Sponsorship is currently down from this time last year, or a sponsor has pulled out?
A sponsor has pulled out, and as I say, in order to apply for the extra funds, they will still have to acquit the grant and tell us what they'll spend it on. The rules will still apply as normal. If they are not needing the full 12,000, then that's not, they'll get what is required. It's not a, it's just to give the officers something to work with.
If I can just, so taking that into account, and probably going back to other concerns that were raised before, in a similar vein, if as Councillor Talty has outlined, if another situation arose, then we could consider that too. But I guess in terms of budget, we're talking relatively smaller amounts to try and put it into perspective. Councillor Bishop, you had a...
Well, I would not suggest that this is a small amount. This is the sum total of the full amount that anyone who applies for a VAG grant, which is to put on an entire event, is able to accept. And this is a doubling effectively of that. So it's not a small amount. My concern is actually a governance concern. If we apply to this an extension for this particular event that has a few snags and is having trouble funding itself going ahead, it going in the diametrically opposite direction to what we encourage with our events is the self-sustainability. And I've got some concerns with that. And if we're allowing, through Councillor Talty's desire, for this to be funded, I'm concerned that without going through the grants process that is strategically coming back to us in a sequenced time, as opposed to this, which has been added on, .1 and 2, which puts VAG outside a strategic consideration framework that council supports, that's in line with the majority council view about the Christmas savings, I think we're in difficult territory ethically and under governance parameters. And we've had brought to us before that there are some governance concerns around councillors making decisions, and if we don't have a principle base to make this decision, I'm concerned, I'm out.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. And next on my list was Councillor Mitchell.
Madam Mayor, we seem to be blending questions and comments. I'll go through. I'll just speak. This is a notice of motion brought by Councillor Talty. She's got every right to bring a notice of motion, as we all do, and no councillor in this room has to support it. If your concerns are so great that Councillor Talty can't argue the case, don't support it. I've been pleased in my discussions with Councillor Talty in the lead up to this meeting that she's been able to answer my questions on the group's capacity, the whys behind it, and so I'll be supporting this today unless I hear something earth-shattering between now and when we put our hands up. That said, I absolutely have some concerns. I'm concerned that VAG suddenly equals Christmas. VAG does not equal Christmas, councillors. That's a point of time opportunity because of budget decisions that we had made and also an undersubscribing of this particular opportunity. So I welcome it being opened up to a new round and other groups, and I'll be out there in Cleveland sort of trying to encourage CVTA or someone else to get in and be proactive, as I would expect that other councillors are doing in their own areas. So nothing's shut to you. Please get out there and do it. So kudos to Councillor Talty for being nimble and bringing this to us. But you don't have to vote for it. I'd also point back today we passed as Councillor Bishop quite rightly said, we have to be generally principle-based and strategy-based, and today we moved an event strategy, reminder of that. So, and in that we talked about community groups' capacity being supported, those community groups who might want to put on a Christmas show and not need council funding. So that's one thing that we've already encouraged our support of, as well as those larger tourism and signature events that were coming through. We also know that the grants and sponsorship, all of them are being reviewed. We know that's coming back to us, and that's fantastic. About time. VAG, I think, is under its rules around it are being a bit restrictive, I think, and I'm sure there's other sponsorships and grants that we'll want to tweak, and that's quite appropriate. We have to keep them contemporary, and the world's changed and the costs have gone up, and holy do, it's not just about Christmas. This one's about Christmas. So just remind councillors that we've got every opportunity to look at those strategies and those grants and those sponsorships. So Councillor Bishop's quite right that we don't want any precedences. Do this one on its merit. Do this one on its own, on its merit. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. But it's not setting any precedent for me. If rubbish comes before me, I'm not voting for rubbish. So, and that'll stay the same. So every child doesn't get a prize. What else do I have? Nope, I think that's essentially it. But in closing, VAG does not equal Christmas. This is a moment in time opportunity that's been brought forward by Councillor Talty on behalf of a group, happens to be related to some excess funding, happens to be related to Christmas. Vote for it on its merits, and I look forward to all the other policy discussions that we have further on events and also around grants and sponsorships that enable our community capacity and all sorts of events, including Christmas events. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just a couple of questions, if I can. So question one would be, could this be covered under councillor small grants? Can a contribution be made by a number of councillors to support this shortfall for this event through councillor small grants?
No. Once they've been granted the event grant through VAG, they are no longer eligible to apply through councillor small grants.
Thank you, Tony. I love what you've done with your voice. And now the second question would be from a governance. Now, Councillor Bishop was very strongly suggesting that we may be in breach of some form of governance process here. Could we get an explanation of that, please? Someone in governance, can they explain
we are the governance.
What are we actually in breach of, please? Or what processes are we not following? Or
Legal Officer Andrew Ross.
Thank you, Chair. The motion has been considered by the officers, including governance officers. It is open to debate by the council. I know the fourth resolution in particular, in terms of the Mount Cotton Village events, that is one of our examples of activation for Christmas in the event strategy you adopted today.
thank you. So we're not actually breaching any governance. Look, I don't see a problem with this, but I would like to see it so that there are other areas that could actually apply for shortfalls. I know down in Champions Church, for example, they have a Christmas event in Thornlands, and I know they often come to me, Chair, and say, look, can you help us, with a small grant so we can actually run our event because we've had a shortfall. And I'd actually hope that this generosity for Mount Cotton is actually extended to others. That's all I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golly. Councillor Rendels?
I'm just a little bit questioning. We've moved into questions, but it seems to be moving into debate. Are we going to move back into debate? And if so, will we have an opportunity to talk in favour of the motion there?
We were in questions, and we seem to have morphed. But happy to go. If there's any other questions, we can move a question. So, do you have a question, or did you want to have?
Well, if everyone else can make a comment, I wouldn't mind making a comment as well.
Sure.
That when we had the original discussions around Christmas, in terms of the funding, there were two broad issues that were raised. One was in respect to the value we were receiving from the investment in the Christmas activities, and that raised a whole lot of issues around attendance and participation, etc., etc. But the other issue that was raised as well, and it's worth noting, it's also been an issue that's raised with arts. It's also been an issue which was raised in other areas, is the issue of equity. And that's the principal concern to me, because when you look at the event strategy, even that we pared down to, it's on the islands, we're getting a pop-up virtual Santa or elf or whoever we get, or perhaps even a pop-up virtual counsellor. But that's it. That's it. And I've come back to this before. 1% of the attendances at RPAG are from people from the islands. It is very, very difficult if you've got young kids, even with your 50-cent fare, to trundle into Raby Bay or Wellington Point to participate in these events. It's even hard to get across to Redland Bay because inevitably the events are not scheduled around ferry timetables. Now, where I see this as going, and also on the islands, is we're getting a tremendous amount of growth, particularly younger families, and we saw that in the last...
Point of order, Mayor. Under 767, I mean, I understand where the councill's coming from, but not to this motion in any way.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Yes, Councillor.
If I may return, then I take your point. So it's about the opportunity to open up these grants. This one time, and then we can review it as we go into the VAG process, because if we go through the existing timeline, it is too late for people to be able to apply for and plan Christmas events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rendels. Councillor Colley?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. First question is for Councillor Tolte, through you, Chair. We've adopted our budget, which had reduced spends for Christmas this year. Is this proposal here that it's effectively an additional request for the budget? It's not coming out of the VAG. I know that Councillor Boglari asked a similar question, but I'm not exactly clear on where the funds come from.
You have to ask the officers but my understanding is that we are, instead of the VAG round that's already funded in the budget, opening in February, it will open earlier. If all of those funds are expended, then it will come back to us to see if we want to top those funds up later. But it makes the funds that would open in February able to be applied for now, and then that will mean that groups like were mentioned on Russell Island or Champions Church and so forth can apply through VAG with the relaxed rules to put on those extra or enlarged events in the next 6 months.
So the extra 12,000 for Mount
No, the extra 12,000 is from savings.
But we've adopted a budget, so it's not a saving. It's a new slate.
Okay.
It's a clean slate.
I think you'll find, Councillor, that the amount of $12,000 in the overall $470 million budget of council won't be difficult to find.
Okay, thank you. I have questions for officers. So the proposal here, which I see, is that we open a new round specifically for Christmas. I think that, I can't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned that the timing, I think it was Councillor Rendell's, isn't giving our operators much notice for Christmas if they want to put an application in. How were these dates decided, and do we need to have that period for 4 weeks effectively where they may not get a response, whether their grant's successful or not, until, you know, less than a month before they would potentially be putting the event on?
Thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the dates that have been provided there, they're based on the standard assessment process that we require. We would still have panels established and those kinds of things as part of our governance process. So this is based on, if this was supported today, that's the earliest time we can go out to advertise that, assess and be able to, I guess officers are confident it would be tight, but that we would be able to release funding in time for those Christmas events. But you're right, it's a tight schedule even from now anyway.
Okay, thank you. Another question through the chair. The amount of funding available in the VAG fund, where 120,000, I understand, is our starting point. How much is left in there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you, in terms of the VAG allocation, because there's normally one round per year, and for VAG it's the one that actually is in February 2025, so our 120,000 allocation is still intact from a VAG point of view. The other community grants and sponsorship programs have just closed over the last couple of weekends, so we have applications in for those, but they haven't been assessed, but the VAG amount in itself is still available, the whole 120.
Okay. I'm just a little bit confused because it does state in this here that an additional 12,000. I assume that 12,000 has already been a successful grant application through the VAG? Is that for the previous financial year?
Yeah, thank you, through you, Chair. In terms of the actual Mount Cotton event, so they applied during the 23-24 financial year, so February 24, for their 24 Christmas. So that 12,000 is already allocated to that group. The 12,000 that's being discussed today would be an additional amount on top of that. Is that
okay?
So so that particular event already has an agreement with council with an approved $12,000 for a VAG grant from the February 24
from last
round,
year's
from
budget.
last year. Yep.
Okay. Further question about prioritising successful grant recipients. So there are some groups which may have been successful with this type of application in the past, maybe Wellington Point Village Traders, Mount Cotton Community Christmas. How are we going to ensure that the distribution of these funds is equitable across all of the organisations, and maybe just say we give another 12,000 to Mount Cotton Christmas, they would effectively be getting 20% of what the starting point of the pool is?
No. The money, Councillor, the principle is no different to you made a budget decision, and then in the last item you came back and you reconsidered that, and from the savings from that budget decision you have funded a new policy decision on art. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I don't know why we're highlighting one specific Christmas event above all others. That's
So
my
that
concern.
that I guess that's the whole point of the notice of motion. So Councillor Talty's bringing this motion saying that this particular event has lost funding due to a sponsorship decrease, but we don't know how much.
No, I'm not a member of the committee. That would be a conflict of interest, and I'm not privy to that. I know that they have contacted me and said that their business sponsorship has fallen away. The people that had committed withdrew, and that they won't be able to go ahead without being able to access other funds.
Okay. So asking for extra funds, top up of funds from council, and up to $12,000.
I guess I'll make a comment since we're all doing it. I guess my concern is that I completely think that I don't disagree with the process, but I think it should be open and transparent. And if there is to be some additional funds to support this event, it should be an equitable process like every other organisation or community group would have to go through to get funding for the Christmas event through the VAG process with the grant applications.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you. And a point of clarification through you to Councillor Talty. My understanding from this is that if we don't provide them with the additional funds, that they will not be able to proceed with their event this year. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, and the amount that they asked to access from that extra $12,000 would be the difference. Yep. You know, it costs more than $24,000 to put this event on.
Thank you, and I'll make a comment on that then, that I didn't vote to support cancelling our major event at Cleveland, and I respect the decision that council did, but we got council, Redland City Council, where we were called the Grinches. We were called the Christmas Grinches for cancelling that event. We've just adopted our event strategy that highlights Mount Cotton Christmas as an example of a community event, and I believe that there will be a reputational risk to this organisation if we let this community Christmas event fail.
I don't know if we collectively got called Grinches. I know I had a photo with a House Santa hat on. I got called a Grinch. But Councillor Boglari, you had a question?
I just think that I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure why the VAG grants have actually been incorporated into this motion. The original motion was just about the Mount Cotton needing more funding. It's a shame that they've been perhaps joined up, but I'm still trying to, same as Councillor Colley, the Mount Cotton. So we have VAG at the beginning of the year, and all the groups that want to do a Christmas or anything know they get it early, and then if they're eligible and they start planning. Right now, it just closed, has been sponsorship and project support for anybody else who wanted that sort of project or anything. That has just closed. That was another round. So there is beginning of the year if you want to do something, and there is just now if you want to do something. Now with this 12,000 that Mount Cotton need to go ahead because they haven't got sponsorship, they could cut back this year because I think everyone knows the cost of living at the moment. But we don't actually know where that 12,000 is coming from, and that concerns me because I know how tight we are in this council at budget time. I don't know another word to saying, but I know every department got screwed. They really got right down to the bare minimum. There was no extra, icing on the cake anywhere. When positions go, they're not being filled over holidays. We really did try to do all we could with cost of living and rates and everything at the budget time. So I'm trying to work out where that other 12,000, what will be given up, or for that.
Madam Mayor, point of order if I could. This question's been asked and answered twice. This
Actually,
is the third
wasn't
time.
answered.
It was.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. So, as I understand, just to clarify, we had a budget in place. The budget was approved. We then, as council, elected to, as a majority, elected to try and reduce the expenditure by changing the format. So the money is still in the budget for the original Christmas budget. But because we've changed the way we're spending the money over the Christmas period, there is money there in the budget. So the original budget, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Maybe through you, the total allocation for this year was 296 for the Christmas allocation.
So 296,000, but because we're not putting on that one event, Morgana and team have worked really hard to disperse the events and create a saving. So by doing that, there is money still sitting there in the budget, as I understand. Correct me if I'm not explaining this properly. So that 12,000 then would come out of that. I don't know. How the question was, how much is that saving?
I know the officers work very hard for those savings. Thank you.
The Christmas that we presented in the Monday workshop is currently sitting at around $210,000. We do have the hope to bring that down to the $200,000, which was the amount that we promised to meet. Yeah.
So just to sum up, I think we've got answers now. We've been around the table multiple times. I think we've prosecuted everything from every angle and asked lots of questions, got lots of answers. But just to clarify, the VAG funding, undersubscribed previously, this is a motion to bring it forward to have 2 opportunities to use that funding rather than just the one, and it has been undersubscribed previously. So that's correct?
Correct, Chair.
So this is just opening it up more. This is current funding.
This is
Through you,
next year's
Chair.
funding brought forward, isn't it?
This is the 24-25 allocation, so the current year that we're in. Instead of having one round open in February 25, we'll have 2 rounds, and the same $120,000 budget is what we have available for those 2 rounds.
Yeah. And previously it has been undersubscribed, so this gives more organisations and events the opportunity to apply for that funding. The second part was the $12,000, which I know is a separate issue. But just to clarify, and Councillor Talty, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've been over this a number of times. The community group putting this event on has lost commercial sponsorship this particular year, and they are seeking up to $12,000, which will be taken from that savings pool that we've been working hard to try and recoup for council. So it does dip into that. But as I understand it, this is a one-off request to allow the event to go forward in response to any other community organisations or events that are in the same situation. They have the option of coming or being brought back to council to be considered in a similar way. Hopefully other organisations don't find themselves in that situation, but that option is also there. I would hazard a guess, generally speaking, that's not going to be a huge or a very regular occurrence. We haven't had a huge number of larger events. So to try and put it all into perspective, that's where we're at. I think now we put the motion. Councillor Talty, do you have anything else to say?
No, look, I'm happy just to put the motion. Thank
All
you,
right.
Madam Chair.
So now I'll
Appreciate
put
the
the
discussion.
motion. Those in favour? So Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Colley, myself. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop, and Councillor Hughes is absent. Motion is carried.
Thank you, councillors.
We now move on to agenda item number 20. We're moving into... We do need to go into... Yep. All right. So we're now going to move into confidential portion of our agenda in accordance with section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. To discuss the matters listed in the agenda, we must move into closed session. Can I have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Hughes is absent. The motion is carried. So we've moved back out of confidential into public. I believe mover and seconder? Moved by...
Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Mackenzie.
Okay. We didn't vote. Councillor Mitchell? We didn't vote, did we, to come out? So put the motion to come back out. So Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes' absence. That is moved. Carried. Unanimously by one, except for one. And we now move to agenda item number 20.1, disposal of land at Capalaba. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Colley, seconded by Councillor Tolty. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Hughes is absent. That is carried. Agenda item number 20.2, disposal of land, the new lease at Cleveland. Do I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillors Mitchell and Boglari. Put the motion. Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes absent. That motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.3, which is the Wynham Creek Dredge. Do I have a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Rendell, seconded by Councillor Hewlett. Put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes is absent. That motion is carried. 20.4, the proposal for purchase of strategic property. Mover and seconder. Sorry, I just missed, so I was looking down. Councillor Mitchell. I don't know who was... Did anyone else get a... Councillor Tolty. I put the motion. Those in favour... Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Councillor Hughes is absent. The motion is carried. And agenda item number 15.2, which is the New Lease Connect 2 Group Incorporated. Do I have a mover? Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. The amended motion, which we can now see on the screen. I put the motion. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Hughes is absent from the room, and that motion is carried. Wonderful. Councillors, please ensure your attendance is logged in diligent boards. Thank you everyone for your input today. That was wonderful. Thank you, councillors, for the good debate. Thank you very much to staff members for your valued input today. I now close the meeting at 2:57 p.m.